But then I need to twist it, right?
It's a counter.
The cap is flush. I don't know if you can get in my.
Yeah, it's a counterclockwise twist.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I have it flush. Okay. So it's on. Can't pull it off.
And it's just kind of best effort. There's no visual indicator.
Salve, galera!
of being on.
Muito bom dia. Fabiano Fetter por aqui.
Yeah, the cap.
Estamos acompanhando aí Caminhada
Okay, you think
Espacial
you'll
dos
release that red,
Astronautas
and the red will just
Norte-Americanos.
head back to the bag.
Aloha.
And while that tends back to the bag, your next step will be to install
Atividade aí
one of the French hooks.
extraveicular. Esta estação, né? Externa aí.
O'Hara just installed a
Acabei
cap
correndo a
on
live
the
aqui.
cable she demated.
Eles já iniciaram aí.
Twist it on and then twist it all the way counterclockwise.
Já faz
Let's do
algum tempinho. E a gente vai ficar acompanhando aqui. Vou compartilhar os links aqui. A galera que vai querer acompanhar, que curte aí esse tipo de atividade.
We can. That's a good view of it. We're talking.
Não tá muito alto aqui. A gente vai acompanhando aqui de cantinho.
So as you move the red, we just say we're going to do that carefully, and then we'll make sure we don't hit that so as not to dislodge it.
Okay, copy.
Nicely done. So next one will be from the degraded bag onto the bearing package. That's the one that's the bigger one that's closest to you, the gate of the French hook away from the bearing package.
Copy.
For Jaws, when you get everything stowed, big picture for your next steps is going to be an inspection of the pad and a photograph, and then we're going to be stowing and moving on to your survey.
Take a look at your classmate Josh for the tips he gave me. Definitely helpful. Is each fixture lessons learned?
The 8 balls are always here to serve.
Hey, the trick is on the bearing package.
Copy, you can PT ready. We're going to be setting Bravo 2, counter 2. Just a reminder that the Bravo is sharp edge, so we'll just use the same care that we did. So Bravo 2, counter 2.
O'Hara is going to use her pistol grip tool again to release 3 bolts.
Just a reminder for you, Laurel, this is going to be kind of an iterative bolt release on bolts 3, 2, and 1.
And we're not putting the French hook on the mount package yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not quite yet. We think
it's put that on as well.
No, not quite yet. We'll do that one in a little bit. We think it'll get in the way. So once you have Bravo 2, counter 2, on bolt 3, we're going to go exactly 1 turn. Actually, on each of them, bolt 3 first, exactly 1 turn.
Salve, além da lua, tudo bueno, tchê? Aqui também tá nublado, 22 graus e 7 décimos. Até tá batendo um vento aqui, gelado. Vento de inverno, né? Mas estamos na primavera aí.
Bravo 2, counter 2. And we're about 20. Good read, and you're going to go
Aí eu
exactly
boto
1 turn.
o casaco, tiro o casaco. Bota o casaco, tiro o casaco. Parece o carinha lá do...
3, then 1.
D312, I have my checklist open as well. And I'm taking photos.
Copy, Joes.
And just as expected, we are in a tracking data and relay satellite system handover, which we will regain shortly for communications with the crew. Again, spacewalk started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time this morning. Jasmine Mobility has successfully removed the H fixture where a future International Space Station rollout solar array will be installed in the future. And Laurel O'Hara is working on removing a degraded trundle bearing assembly. This helps facilitate the rotation of solar arrays. Just before the handover, O'Hara was using the pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts on the TBA, the trundle bearing assembly.
Copy.
Once that trundle bearing assembly is removed, she will...
It looks like they are all recessed. I don't see much side, maybe a tiny bit on what would have been 3. I think it's within what was in the expected picture, so it looks good to me. And I've also taken some photos, but you probably want more.
We always take more photos. We appreciate the report. When you're complete with that GSC pad, we'll take a glove and half inspection, and moving on to the survey, we're going to basically be...
não sei, Ana Lua, eu não tô acompanhando, não. Tá captando sinal direto do satélite? Como é que você tá fazendo? Eu até tenho o SDR aqui, o receptor. Uma vez cheguei a capturar, mas não fiz a tradução, né? Só peguei o sinal. Fala, Milton. Bom dia a todos. Importante deixar o like aí, galera. Ô, encrenca aqui no... Tentando resolver uma parada aqui, pessoal. Tava lendo as informações. ISDR. Ah, então... Tá bugado, né? Você tá recebendo só metade da tela, né? Deu algum bug. Ah, show, tu montou uma anteninha. É, eu tinha visto. Cara, falta de tempo, né? Muita coisa ao mesmo tempo, não consigo. Eu queria... É legal, né? Pegar o sinal direto. Salve, Almir. Muito bom dia.
Just 3 so far.
Copy, 1 turn on bolt 3 for the TBA. For Jaws, I'll just give you some words as you get ready to move. We'll be stowing stowing that crew lock bag on your BRT as you're doing. And I think you're familiar with the 5 spots that we want to get photos. There's a chance you could reach over and get that center pad from where you're at if you have the reach. And then we're going to do the sob bearings on the on the bottom of the mass canister, and then the GSC pad that's just on the opposite of where you were working. So it kind of in whatever order makes sense.
É, o 15 então deve estar bugado, né? Porque se tu recebe o sinal e o sinal tá ruim, tá chegando pela metade, né? Talvez ele já tá gerando, ele certamente está gerando já com problemas, né? Ou a codificação, né? Porque tu decodifica, né? Quando tu recebe. Certo? Daqui uns dias dá um reset nele lá. Penso eu, né? Estamos acompanhando aí. Eu tava pegando informações da missão aqui, daí meu antivírus acusou aqui que bloqueando a página. Ô, Bizarros, bom dia. Pois é, eu tava vendo aí. Tinha uma estimativa que seria semana que vem ainda, aí eu não olhei. Mas hoje eu tô no grupo da SpaceX lá. E eu tenho que dar uma olhada nas notícias ali e ver como é que tá.
Yeah, I see.
Tava até roteirizando pra gravar um vídeo rápido aí a respeito, mas a gente vai acompanhar ao vivo, tá? Torcer que este voo aí seja melhor que o outro, né? Ele passou no teste lá, eles abasteceram ele. Fizeram também o teste dos motores ali. Fizeram. Eles adicionaram mais ali aquele sistema de refrigeração, né? Com água lá. Enfim. Vamos torcer aí que seja melhor do que o outro, né? O outro teve vários problemas ali e acabou tendo que ser destruído.
Okay, Anna,
Ah,
thank you
entendi.
about
Pois
that.
é,
I'll head over to the other side.
pode ser que o sinal já tá saindo lá de lá ruim, né? É além da Lua. Pode ser que já tá saindo ruim de lá.
A great view of both astronauts
Aí
outside at their respective
decodifica ele
workstations.
já a
Down at the bottom
informação
right, with the
faltando.
red stripes around the bottom of her spacesuit, is NASA's Jasmine Movelli
É, o que aconteceu
EV-120.
bizarro.
On the
Ali,
left, with
pelo
no stripes
que
on the suit, is
a própria SpaceX
Laurel
divulgou
O'Hara,
ali,
who is EV2.
possivelmente houve danos
Again,
ali quando
both space
a
workers
estrutura de
on this
base
first
ali, né, se
expedition outside
rompeu
the hatch
pela
today.
potência dos motores, afetou alguns motores, né? Apesar que ele voa, né, mas deve ter afetado, voa com menos motores, deve ter afetado aí
Before you leave that work site, we just want you to double check
outras questões,
that
né?
all of the MLI is tacked down to its original location around the H fixture, please.
Yeah, it is not. Thank you. Okay, MLI is back.
Copy, thank you.
Pera aí, deixa eu fazer um negócio aqui, pessoal. Tudo meio devagar, sabe, Mark? Bem, nossa, mas eu ia mandar no Telegram lá, mas tá, as coisas estão devagar por aqui. Ah, não olhei, Mark. Eu acho que eles não divulgaram nada ainda sério, né? Se não me engano, vai levar ali alguns meses ali.
And Laurel, we
Daí
see
minha
you going
ideia é
on
fazer
target
até um
flight
vídeo
here.
sobre isso.
It's enough to hold my body. Right?
Copy, yeah, we see you going for bolt 1.
Yeah, I couldn't get mine nearly as rigid as I wanted either. Well, after bolt 3 correct?
Elas estão trabalhando ali
So,
no.
we're tracking it.
Okay, and can you see the left?
É num rádio ali de transmissão ali, eles vão ter que substituir, parece um módulo com
For
defeito.
Laurel, can you just clarify it's just the body position, or are you having issues with any of the bolts?
I'm not having issues with the bolts. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my BRT into a position
É,
where it's
mas eles
stabilizing.
divulgaram essa imagem aí, ô, Mark.
Copy, I understand.
Having a hard time getting
Sobrou
it
alguma
rigid
coisa.
enough where.
Vai, imagina, chega.
And then I also have
Olha que
my
imagem
base
linda,
splitters
hein?
that wants to spring back.
Terrão,
So I think I need to
a terra linda lá, a
do that
imagem aí
as well.
do capacete. Bom dia, Joel. Seja bem-vindo. Deixa o like, muito importante. Eu queria ter feito live da Lua, gurizada. Não consegui, tá nublado aqui. Aí o dia que tava limpo, a Lua tava muito ao meu nordeste aqui, né? Não deu pra fazer. Vou ver se eu consigo. É que não para de chover, né, gente? Não para de ficar nublado. Mas a ideia é fazer uma. É fazer uma live de Júpiter, tá? Uma live de Júpiter.
And we're going to have you translate back the way that you came out so that you're just zenith of Laurel. And we think that you can get into a good position either on that 3866 handrail or just zenith of her, wherever you think is good to assist her with
aquela parafusadeira dela ali.
And managing that bag.
A bateria tem que ser boa, né? Elas têm uma reserva ali.
And Jazz, we are not planning on coming back out to this. If you happen to translate by some.
Deixa eu ver se eu tenho informação aqui. A informação tá tudo nada aqui, pessoal.
We'll take it, but other than that, we'll get back.
Okay, and so the stop's kind of on the other side, correct?
Yeah, they're kind of at the base. If they're not in your translation path, then you don't need to go find them.
Okay, copy.
Vou deixar aqui rodando aqui embaixo.
Kind of a recommended body positioning to do these bolts, like as far as which way I'm oriented, or is it just?
E vamos ficar acompanhando.
Let's see if I can do it.
Yes, we had originally looked at with feet outboard, kind of where you're at, and making sure also that you're rigidizing the base of your BRT. I think I saw you go for it, but that kind of where it attaches to your mini workstation. Make sure those are also rigidized. You could potentially also try to go from phase one in the seat of handrail.
There.
E amanhã, galera, amanhã eu tava lembrando que tem aí o voo da Virgin Galactic, tá? De repente, estou pensando em fazer live. As últimas eles transmitiram, vamos ver se a gente consegue. Virgin Galactic.
You know, as soon as I put the TV on the vault, it just floated away.
And if this one doesn't work, we can also look at if there's a twist in your BRT, it won't rigidize properly. As Jaws gets over to you, we could have.
Okay, I'm coming over to you, Laurel. Copy. So the boss back looks pretty good.
Pois é, quando destruiu tudo lá no México, né? Acapulco. Cara, coisa horrível. Eles têm que reconstruir ali, né? E já reconstruir de formas que ali toda a estrutura seja parecido como é na Flórida ali, né? Eles têm um vidro reforçado. Acho que ali eles não estavam preparados para um. Ah, esse aí acho que já é bem. Eu não lembro de cabeça essa tabela bizarra. Mas joga no Google aí, tem a tabelinha. Porque ele é considerado o furacão ventos constante acima de 110, se eu não me engano, ou 100. Tá, daí ele passa tipo ciclone, né? que a gente é comum aqui no ciclone, né. Daí a determinadas velocidades ele entra na categoria prática furacão, ventos constantes, né. E aí a cada, sei, acho que já é 4, cara, imagina, quase 300 por hora, cara. E arrebenta tudo, cara. Porque se eu não me engano ele chegou 5 lá em Acapulco. É complicado, né. E assim, pessoal, eu até estava vendo uns dados aí, no fim cheguei ali, até o Serjão que fez um comentário outro dia aí. Cara, a tendência aí é piorar, cara.
And Laurel, can you confirm that
O Laninha aí
that
tá
50 feet will down Bolt 1?
tá fora do comum.
I have,
Complicado, galera.
it did. I didn't get one turn on it, but I have,
Ó,
green light.
249 já é 5,
The
então
actual torque says 13.8.
Okay, so understand on Bolt 1 that you did not get one turn?
aí ferrou, né, cara. Cara, derruba tudo na categoria 5 aí. Complicado.
Okay, I've got a local down. I'm just doing SW well. Copy.
Deixa eu ver se eu consigo pegar mais umas informações aqui.
Talk here. Let me go get that.
Cara, isso é resultado, Ermac, isso é resultado das nossas ações. Tá, e o clima assim, ó,
Okay, and Laurel, we
também não muda
understand
assim,
that
ó, que deu a queimada hoje,
that
amanhã tá
PGT on
diferente.
Bravo
Não,
2 did not give you
ele
one
tem um
turn
delay, né.
for
A
Bolt 1.
atmosfera ela
You are
demora.
then set Bravo 5
Então, assim,
counter
eu
2
vi
for
alguns
Bolt
números
1,
aí que
one
de
turn.
2 a 3 anos aí começam a aparecer os problemas, né, cara. E aí não tá dando mais tempo de recuperar, cara.
I need those settings again, though.
Olha o que aconteceu,
No
cara.
problem.
Nasceu
Let me know
flor
when
na
you're ready.
Antártida.
And Laura,
Cara, isso não é normal,
just
cara.
for your I got my local on the same handrail that you're
Derretendo, velho.
other two. Okay.
Aqui sempre foi característica de inverno com muito sol, tá? Tem as semanas de chuvas.
Inboard of Laurel, you think?
E este
Or
ano, cara,
you know?
eu nunca vi um
So a couple
inverno
options
assim,
on how
cara.
you guys want to attack the work site. I think see Laurel moving inboard to see if she can get some more
Então é
stability on the
complicado, cara.
side of the seat of handrail. So you could stay zenith of her to manage the bags and passing
E
things
alguns
back and
têm a
forth until you
coragem
get
de
closer to
defender que
taking
não
position.
existe mudanças
Just let
climáticas.
us know where you prefer, Laurel.
É só olhar para o lado. Caiu o sinal da ISS, é normal. Em algumas regiões de sombra.
We're in another satellite handover with the International Space Station and the TDRS, the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. We do have audio communications with the crew, just awaiting to regain video. At the meantime, the International Space Station is in an orbital nighttime.
The BRT was just after a minute. Just can I just check? Yeah, did you like half a second? Okay.
Sim, Ermac. Cara, dá uma olhada aí o que a... Cara, tem um documentário. Cara, qual é o documentário? Não sei se tá na Netflix, cara. Que eles mostram a exploração da Rússia lá no Polo Norte, né? Eles acharam o Antrax lá, viram o porreto lá, né, cara, que tava enterrado lá. Eles estão... A Rússia quer explorar o petróleo lá de todo jeito, né, cara? Então, e eles dominam as pessoas lá, tiram o celular das pessoas, é um terrorismo lá, né? E aí morre gente, deixa o pessoal morrer lá, os próprios trabalhadores que estão lá explorando petróleo. Aí manda as Forças Armadas lá e os caras. Só que eles não divulgam, né, cara? Então tem muita coisa aí enterrada e congelada.
And there are 1, 2, 3 bolts, correct? Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, affirm for Josh.
Okay.
It's 1 is the furthest outboard, 2 is the middle, and then 3 is the furthest inboard.
Complicado. Bom dia, dama. Elas estão fazendo uma atividade fora da estação espacial, tá? Agora eles estão no período noturno, né? Porque a estação espacial, ela leva aí cerca de 90 minutos para dar uma volta na Terra, na velocidade que ela se encontra de órbita, 27.000 km/h. Ali, ó, elas estão. Essa parte ainda tá pegando sol, mas lá onde elas estão já não tá pegando mais. Vai entrar a sombra aí, ó. Então elas ficam mais ou menos metade desse tempo ali, cerca de 40, 45 no sol e mais 40 na sombra. 1h55 de caminhada espacial. Sim, pode ter sim, pode ter. A gente não sabe o que tem, tá? Muita coisa a gente não sabe o que tem, mas pode sim. Né? A título aí de pandemia aí que teve, a gente não pode falar o nome, YouTube bloqueio. Mas pode ter sim, cara. Muita coisa, porque nós não estamos preparados, entendeu? Tá. Tipo assim, pode ter um vírus dentro do Brasil, em alguma região do interior, e que aquele povo lá tá preparado para já tem até anticorpos e tudo mais. No momento que essas pessoas migrarem ou transmitirem isso para outra região, pode ter uma contaminação em massa. Esse é o problema, foi como aconteceu lá com a pandemia. Uma contaminação em massa e tu não tem uma estrutura de saúde preparada para aquilo ali, não tem vacina, não tem tratamento, depende do que é. E esse é o problema, tá? O problema não é em si o vírus ou sintomas, é sim a quantidade de pessoas afetadas e aí, consequentemente, pode ter morte disso, né? Galera, daqui a pouco eu volto, tá? Resolver uma coisinha do almoço aqui. Daqui a pouquinho eu tô por aqui. Fique acompanhando, deixa o like e não é inscrito, se inscreva.
Let me just try this one more time from here. Once you take the CGT, I'll hold you too. I mean, I don't know how much that'll help, but yeah, it can't hurt. Right there. Okay, here's the CGT.
Oi, Aline, então só pra te cumprimentar. Isso aí, mulherada em peso aí, né? Mulherada em peso aí, fazendo atividade extra veicular espacial aí. Show de bola, né? Vamos acompanhar. Tem quase 2 horas de atividade externa aí, a gente vai acompanhar. Fazem isso aí, é uma questão genética, né, Aline? Isso é uma questão aí, uma evolução feminina aí. De ter essa capacidade de fazer as coisas ao mesmo tempo. Entre outras habilidades, né? Show demais. Não, Ermac. E as atividades vulcânicas, elas se mantêm, cara. Elas são necessárias. A gente tem aí, se tu olhar lá naquele site que a gente acompanha lá, uma média de 25 erupções sempre. Às vezes vai a 30, baixa um pouco. Sempre tem. E é necessário. Tá? É necessário
The crew members are able to see how many turns have been accomplished on the PGT, the pistol grip
Porque
tool.
se acabar as erupções vulcânicas, o
They
planeta
can
já era,
also
velho.
change the settings as requested.
Se estudar isso a fundo,
That's
tu
why you
vai
hear
ver.
calls like
O
Alpha 1
Sérgio
and
fez
Call
vários
5
vídeos sobre
too.
isso.
See the,
Ele conhece
I
muito
can
de
tell you when
vulcão.
you're on it. Okay, ready?
Galera, daqui a pouco eu volto aí, tá?
Okay, one turn on bolt one.
All right, nicely done, you guys. We can reset Bravo
Não,
2
o clima
counter
é
2,
que
Bravo 2 counter
a
2, and
última
we can
grande
leave bolt
erupção
2
foi, eu
one
não
turn.
lembro quando foi, que aí se tiver uma grande erupção, ela vai resfriar um pouquinho o planeta,
Copy.
tá? E
In order
elas
to
são
keep from
periódicas, são
turning with
necessárias.
the pistol grip tool in microgravity, the crew members need some stability. Summit Belly has offered to provide that for O'Hara.
Okay, I've got your back. It is not turning. Oh, did that turn? Okay. Yeah. Okay. One turn on bolt two. One turn even.
Okay, copy. And just for Jaws, you know what to expect. It's a little bit of an iterative release with different settings and different bolts. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set Alpha 6 counter 2, Alpha 6 counter 2, and we're going to release bolt 3 again, exactly one turn. And just note, this does not release it fully yet. We just want one more turn on bolt 3.
Alpha.
Alpha 6, Alpha 6 counter 2, and we're going to release bolt 3 exactly one turn. Alpha 6 counter 2.
Copy. Okay, one turn. Now, can you count the 10? 5. See, if you move your, yeah. You can see, 6. Okay, go. See? Yeah. Turn. Okay, one turn on 3.
Copy, one turn on bolt 3. So, Jazz, you can reset the PGT to Bravo 2 counter 2. For Laurel, we lost your heck. If you don't mind resetting your button, and then we're also due for a glove check for Laurel. Again, for the PGT Bravo 2 counter 2.
You give us a picture of your button now? I am.
Okay, we copy green light, and for Laurel, we'll need a glove check also.
And I've got nominal gloves, a dry hat.
Copy, thank you. So for the next thing, we're going to be releasing bolt 1, set Bravo 2 counter 2.
Okay, Bravo. Bravo 2 counter 2 is set.
Let free spins.
Okay, copy. Okay, it's on, and I can check. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. 6. That's 6 to 8 turns, so it's 3 spins. Oh, they just 3 spinning it. Oh, sorry, I thought you said 6. Yep, 10, I'll count. 7, 8. Okay, it doesn't look like it's loose yet. No, it doesn't.
Okay, we understand 8 turns and that it's not free spinning yet.
No, it is not. It's definitely releasing, but it's not, yeah.
Checking.
Sorry, man. Hold on, I'm just going to move a little. Hit you. Let me go for the. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll let you go.
All right, you guys are go to continue releasing bolt 1 until it free spins.
Okay, copy.
Now 2 hours and 5 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Both O'Hara and Mobelli are working on removing the trundle bearing assembly, a degraded unit that O'Hara will then replace later in the spacewalk.
Ready? 9, 10, 11. Oh, how's that look? It doesn't, I mean, the first thing, 13, I think it is. Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, Laurel, I didn't mean to push you. Okay, I got it. There.
Okay, and we think that might be free spinning. It doesn't have like a nice reassuring pop out like other bolts. So we're going to move on to bolt 2. And reminder that releasing bolt 2, the draw bolt, releases the preload arm until the arm swings open. So you can set Bravo 2, counter 2. And we're going to go to bolt 2.
Copy.
And it will also free spin upon release about 14 turns.
Copy.
And you can expect that
We're still Bravo 2?
Bravo 2,
Counter 2.
And you can expect the bearing package will move away from the Sarge and the mount.
Okay, copy. Ready, Jazz? Okay, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3.
This is the second bolt being fully released. After the next one, the crew members should be able to remove the trundle bearing assembly itself.
7, 8. I think that might be free spinning. It's really hard to say from here, but if I push you down, can you get your finger on it? Does it seem?
You can also check that preload arm.
I'm not sure 1 is fully free spinning.
Copy, checking.
Jazz, can I have, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I've got it. I'm just going to bring myself over here. Okay, I'll try to get that here away. There, that one is, yeah. I don't know. I don't really call either of them free spinning, but I think it moves. 2 is looser. 3 is, like, I can't even wiggle the, if you can do that.
Can you tell if the preload arm swung open? That's that arm on the back side of it.
Yeah.
We're talking about it.
It's still being.
Okay, so for Bolt 2, we're going to have you re-engage with Bravo 2, Counter 2, and you can release that probably about 5 more turns. And reminder that we should be able to pull that bearing package off via the tether point if that's released.
Okay, copy. Bravo 2. Yeah, Bravo 2, Counter 2.
Bravo 2, Counter 2, correct.
Oh, yeah, Counter 2. Bolt 2. Good, good, good. Lights on. Yeah. It must have, my PGT turned off, I think. Bravo 2, Counter 2. Yeah, I can see. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I think now it is. I think it's yeah. You want me to get the PGT or you going in? So actually this is going to go back into one of those bags over there. Oh, the PGT does?
Yep.
No, the bearing package. Oh, the bearing. Okay. I can stow the PGT on my swing arm.
Yep, so we'll stow the PGT, and then we're going to pull that bearing package off. Reminder to keep the hand away from the grease that's on the bearings on that outboard race ring. And we're going to stow that degraded bearing package back into the TBA bag labeled degraded. And while you're in there, you can retrieve the other French hook for the mount package.
Copy. That's one of these ones? Yes. Okay, yeah, I see it degraded. So, there it goes. You can pull it off and get it in there, or I can pull it off and, if I hold the bag open, maybe? Yeah.
And for Jaws, if you're handling the bearing package, just a reminder, we just want to handle that by the tether point. There's a lot of greasy and sharp areas on it.
Yeah, I'll try to let Laurel handle it mostly. So I hold the bag. Okay, I'm putting away. Hang on. Great. Okay, bag. Now we need this other point. This one? I'm pulling it. No. Oh, that one. Got this one. Okay, copy. Now, can you just close the Velcro on that one? On that bag? Yeah, absolutely. And you can let go of the bag.
Then we can grab that other French hook from the bag to install in the mount package.
Closed. Have it in my hand. Got it.
All right, nicely done, you guys. So French hook onto the mount package tether point is the next step.
Get out of your way. Complete.
And for awareness, we're just over 2 hours in. We're about an hour down on the timeline, but we're happy as we make progress on this highly important TBA task.
Copy. Okay, we're ready for Bolt 3.
Okay, copy. Sorry, the French hook is on the mount package tether point?
Confirm.
Okay, so you can set your PGT to Alpha 6 Counter 2, Alpha 6 Counter 2. Reminder not to push in when you're doing this bolt number 3, because that can cause some side mounting on the clamp leg. So as we release bolt 3, that clamp leg will come open. You're going to go alpha 6, counter 2, and release bolt 3 fully. It should be approximately 4 turns.
Copy, 4 turns, alpha 6, counter 2. Well, let me know if you want me to push in your back or not. Okay, I think I'm fine. Okay. Did you got? Okay. And there's 4 turns.
Copy. So we'll.
Then I need to push to release the.
Yep, holding the mount pack, you can press on bolt 3, and then we're going to very carefully remove that mount from the race ring using the tether point and stow it in that same degraded bag.
Copy.
Deu uma travadinha aqui, gurizada. Acho que voltou. Asa Branca. É por isso que a gente cria os grupos também de WhatsApp ali. Quem se quiser ou não tá lá, entra lá. Daí eu sempre mando lá quando vai ter live. Lá eu notifico. Tá? Quem quiser entrar no grupo do WhatsApp ali, eu sempre notifico. Ou no Telegram lá, só botar Telegram Pedalando com a Ciência. Tem um canal de notificação lá também. Acho que agora voltou aqui. Tá dando umas travadas aí.
Okay, the out package is off the next race ring.
Copy, nicely done. We can stow that back into the degraded bag, and we're going to close up that TBA bag labeled degraded using the Velcro liner. And reminder, we're not going to be opening that one again until it gets to the ground, actually.
Copy.
Almost 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, the degraded trundle bearing assembly has been removed. O'Hara will now move into some tasks to lubricate that area before installing a new trundle bearing assembly.
Parts of the degraded TBA are in the degraded bag in the back. Velcro closed.
Okay, copy. We'll take a glove check from you both, and while you're checking your gloves thoroughly, I'll give you some big picture words. We like the way you're working together at this work site. The next step is going to be to do the lubing. We think that this is probably a one-person task since there's no PGT ops. So we're thinking that Jaws could move up to CP8. You're still close by. While Laurel works this lubing task, but if you feel strongly that 4 hands are going to make that task more successful, then we'll take your recommendation on that.
Well, you let me know what you think. Yeah, I think moving is probably just a one-person job. And it might be easier to move around a little bit more. Yeah, and I won't be far if you do decide you need to do that. Okay, so I'll head to CP8. I'll get cleaned up and head there. Okay. And for gloves, I just have some black and yellow scuffs, but otherwise they look good.
And can you say that again, Jaws, for the something on your gloves?
Just some black and yellow. It's just
Okay, we understand just some discolored scuff marks for your gloves.
room.
Okay, and you can start heading up
And
to.
for EV,
Go ahead for Laurel.
you can go ahead. I was going to get my glove report. Yeah, go for it. I'm set. Make sure I'm not untangled from all this. Nominal gloves for EV2. Same, just a little bit of grease on the right glove.
Okay, copy. So Laura, you can get into position for the for lubing the outboard race ring. And Jaws, you can start moving up to the CP8 work site. Reminder, I think you've stowed that crew lock bag P. If you think you might want the round scoop, you may want to grab it as you go by.
Okay, copy.
Big picture for the lubing.
Laurel, I might have you just take a quick look at me before I head out. I think I might be making sure I'm untangled from yours. Yes, I think I am. Okay, actually I am good. You good, Jess? I'm good. Yep, I can see I'm clear. Okay. Did you have some more? Yeah, I'm just.
Again, 2 hours and 20 minutes since we've started today's spacewalk. So far, Jasmine Mogbelli has removed the H fixture, which allows for future IROSA addition. That's a new rollout solar array.
Okay. Have you?
The team ran into some difficulty removing the degraded trundle bearing assembly, but that has been successfully accomplished as well.
And Laurel, we see you kind of back into the original config with feet outboard. Is that correct?
Okay. Can I just, Laurel? Can you just look? Is my face each other behind my legs? It is. Yeah, it looks like it's between your legs right now. Okay. Which way do I need to go? Let's see. It's streaming basically straight back, like in line with your body. So if you just go the legs up and then rotate your body. Oh, you need to go a little farther. Which side do you want it to be on? Well, it's coming off my left side. So there, did it fall under now? Yeah. So now your safety tether is across your body. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
O'Hara was helping Mogbelli configure her tether properly as Mogbelli heads out to work on a Ethernet cable untwisting task. Meanwhile, O'Hara is preparing for her next task. She'll be applying some lubricant to that trundle bearing assembly area.
For you are going to be to prepare the work site for the lubing by retrieving and positioning dry wipes and temp sewing both grease guns to where you can get them. And the first one that you'll want in your hand is the J-hook grease gun.
The J-hook. back at my fairlead, which I will leave in place.
Okay, copy that you're at 3681 at your fairlead. So we're going to be assessing that work site, assessing the cables for the pictures that I'm sure you remember. If you need some translation aid out on the TVCIC, you can take that round scoop.
Okay, copy.
And we're just going to be trying to align that cable so that the cable travels straight along the stanchion.
Okay, I'm going to fill my bag. I will, it's right here, so I'm going to leave the round scoop for a moment while I assess.
Copy, and we're hoping that just a twist on that cable is sufficient.
For me both. All right, I've got a wipe ready, and I've got the grease gun ready.
All right, copy.
J-hook.
Awesome. Reminder
now
that
I will leave the straight grease. I'll leave the straight one in the bag for now.
Okay, that works. Reminder that the grease will flow as soon as the shutoff knob is rotated. So you've got your dry wipe ready, and that the grease is probably going to sputter and pop. You do have steps for using and safing the gun on step 4. I can read these through to you each time, or you can do them on your own once we do them the first time. So the first thing on the J-hook grease gun, you're going to engage the teeth by rotating the plunger 180 degrees so the black triangle's up. Remove the MLI tip cover. Rotate the hinge restraint ring.
I'm thinking about just doing kind of a test placement before I actually start flowing grease. How does that sound?
We like that plan. And we want to especially prioritize. We especially want to prioritize that area where the TBA is going to, where it just came off of, and where it'll go back onto.
Okay. Just try and get a feel for what kind of angle.
And there is some Velcro on that cap if you want to tack it down to the side of the gun so it's not in your way as much.
View.
This view from O'Hara's helmet camera showcases one of 2 grease guns she'll be using.
So we're looking to hopefully just roll the excess toward the racetrack so that it aligns. And if you look up, you can kind of see the camera hood, and the issue that we've been having is we think that that camera hood has been catching on the cable excess, so that's what we're going to try to fix.
Okay, copy.
Meanwhile, Jasmine Mabelli is going to be working with this Ethernet cable to tie that closer to the International Space Station structure.
Does that look in the camera?
And so, Laurel, if you pick up the back end of the grease gun so that the flat part of the J-hook is on top of that race ring. And just so you know, we just lost KU for a sec.
Copy. Yeah, so what I have is the flat part. Feedback.
Yeah, so the handle is probably going to be a little bit up from where it was when we lost it, and then that hook will just kind of go right in there.
We are in another satellite handover. Obviously, we have audio communication with the crew and will regain video communication shortly. Again, both crew members have split up and are working on separate tasks now. It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Jasmine McBelly has removed the H fixture.
Back with you after handover. If you're comfortable with your position, then you go to rotate these shutoff knobs such that the flow is pointing toward the nozzle, and then you can go ahead and grease that inner canted surface. Reminder, we're looking for about 3 clicks, and then you can pull that the J hook off and make sure that you got a grease smear on the inside of it.
Okay, copy. And are you expecting it to just flow and then stop flowing, or it's going to flow and start and keep flowing? That makes sense.
Each click will give you a certain amount of flow, and then it should stop.
Okay. And let me know when you've got a second.
And go ahead, Jaws, just so you're both aware, we have no camera, but we got you on audio.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you a camera question. What's the bend radius on this cable? Minimum bend radius?
Checking.
Speaking with the crew members here on the ground is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, today's ground IV. She's the single point of contact during the spacewalk to O'Hara and McBelly to ensure communication remains streamlined as they work through our tasks.
Copy, we understand no grease flowing. If you just take a look at it, double check that the black triangle's up. Your tip cover's off, the hinge restraint ring is rotated, and then that shutoff knob is so the flow is pointing toward the nozzle.
O'Hara is working to grease the solar array rotary joint, or the SARJ, where the trundle bearing assembly was just removed.
Squeeze the trigger and release a little bit of grease until you see it come out, and you can squeeze that into a wipe.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's how I figured out no grease flows, and then I pulled the trigger and I'm not getting any grease.
Checking.
After this worksite is lubricated, she'll then install a new trundle bearing assembly.
Okay, I got some grease flowing.
Okay, we copy. Yeah, we were going to have you manipulate the triangle in the back, but if you have a good flow, then we're happy with that.
And if you could just let me know when you get video back.
Copy, not quite yet. It'll be about 2 minutes, Jaws.
Okay, copy. Maybe I'll just put this in place and then you can look.
As today's spacewalkers continue their tasks, we are coming up on a major milestone tomorrow when the International Space Station celebrates 23 years of continuous human presence.
And am I greasing the entire length of exposed race ring?
Affirmative, Laurel, all of the exposed side.
With 23 years of continuous human presence in space, that means if you are under 23 years old, there has never been a day in your life that all humans have been on planet Earth.
And Jaws, the bend radius is about 3 inches on that cable. We do have your video back. We see you on the race ring.
Okay, so if I were to, it goes on the outside of this other cable. If I were to put a wire tie down here and pin it there, I pin it down here where my thumb is, I'm pointing, then that's what, if you can see the top, that looks good to me.
We see that. We are checking. Yeah, we have a good view of that. Thanks. And we are talking about it.
Okay. I don't know if it would be better for me to demate and remate it.
And we're talking about the slack. There needs to be slack so that it can pan and tilt still.
Okay.
And
yeah, it's just, so when I let it go, so it's definitely straighter. You can see when I let it go after having undone the twist, it does bounce back a bit. So this is the hands off of it. It still looks like the hook is mostly in line with the stanchion. I don't know if that's...
Okay, we understand that report and the hook. We're talking about it.
Okay.
They're just talking about a little bit of a loop at the top, so stand by one.
Yeah.
And Jaws, if you can, we're wondering if you can go up the stanchion a little bit, not past the TVCIC, but a little bit closer so we can get a better view of kind of the outboard end of the cable and the hook, French hook. And Laurel, we see you greasing away.
So I gave it 3 clicks and ran it length of the race ring. I definitely got the part where the DA mounts better. I think I'm good with the J, but if you guys agree.
Yeah, we agree. We can.
I gave it 3 trigger clicks.
Okay. Yeah, we like that. That's great. And we notice your gloves are still white. Nicely done. So you can clean that nozzle with a dry wipe. And then we're going to rotate the black triangle down. And the shut-off knob so that flow is perpendicular to the nozzle.
Totally unscathed. I do have 1 grease mark on my list.
Well, I still got a happy team down here with that grease job. Nicely done.
Well done, Laurel.
So we're going to rotate the black triangle down, the shut-off knob so that it's perpendicular. And then you're going to rotate the hinge restraint ring and put the tip cover back on.
Copy.
Good words coming here from Ann McLean in Mission Control Houston.
You can get her helpful.
Okay, yeah, the problem is without demating and remating or getting rid of the slack, it kind of just pops back up a bit. So I can put down. But
We are looking and talking about it. Jaws.
That would give you the can see the French right now. Natural. Okay, let me know when you see it.
Yeah, we see it. We see the French hook kind of facing port.
This view from Mugwelly's helmet camera as she works to reduce some of the slack on this cable and more closely secure it to the International Space Station.
On it, correct?
Yeah, we're looking at getting a little straighter through there, but so that it's not pulling so port on the French hook. They're talking about it.
In the background of Mugwelly's helmet camera, the International Space Station is flying 259 statute miles over the Gulf of Mexico.
Twist on the cable.
With the wire tie, you mean? Or actually physically twisting
Just
the
physically
cable?
twisting the cable.
Yeah, I did, but maybe let me do one more.
Yes, you are going to do one more. And Laurel, I see you've got the straight end
Good question.
grease gun. All right, let me know when you're ready for steps.
I am, and just a quick question. Can I use the same EVA wipe that I use for the J-hook?
Yes.
I don't have a lot of grease on it.
Yes, that looks great. Since you were so clean, you go to use that one again. So we can prep the straight nozzle grease gun. And so you're going to
Okay, I don't need steps.
perfect.
Yeah, and the problem is, if I release it, it gets a lot of slack.
Copy, we see that. Talking about it. And for Laurel, when that gun is ready, you're going to be greasing the outer canted surface and the datum A, that flat surface. Also about 3 clicks with the gun trigger, prioritizing where the PBAs would be installed, but greasing that whole exposed surface if you can.
Okay, copy and quick. And 3 clicks on.
That's correct. 3 on each.
Yeah, and maybe if I demade it and remade it.
We're talking, Jaws. All right, Jazz, we talked about it. So big picture, we don't want there to be any forces on that French hook, as you know. So you are go to demate the cable, and we think you may need to like pre-put a twist in before you remate it. The intent being that the cable travels along the stanchion and that there's no forces imparted on the French hook like it is right now.
Okay, copy. Go to demate.
And to clarify, we think that the twist will be closer to where the French hook is.
But I'm demating from right here, correct?
And Laurel, you were asking about clicks. The official answer is more grease is better. So if you put a little extra on, that is quite all right.
Okay. I don't know if you can see in my hecka, but I definitely, I think, have it up grease on.
Yep, it's a little shaded, but that's a good view, and so you're going to go for the outer canted surface.
Okay, is that sufficient for the inner surface?
It's shaded, so we can't see it, so we'll take your judgment.
Okay. All right. And I just want to confirm after the last comment you made, I'm demating here at the base, correct?
That is correct, Jaws.
Copy.
And Laurel, no action required, just for your awareness. Your HECA is getting a little warm, so as expected, we're going to turn it off right now so that we can get your view back when we go to bolts. But you are going to continue the greasing.
Okay, copy. I need to stop and turn it off.
No, no action. No action from you.
Actually, I'm going to get
We
stuck.
can do it from the ground. No need to do anything.
Oh, copy. Copy, copy. All right, I've got a nice line of grease down on both those surfaces.
That's excellent. Thanks, Laurel. You can go ahead and safe that straight nozzle grease gun. And once that's safed, your next steps are going to be to stow the grease gun back between the TBA bags and then use a dry wipe as required to clean up your suit and any tools.
NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara has completed the lubrication of that solar array rotary joint area where the trundle bearing assembly was removed.
Say that again, Joss?
Any tips for a stuck NZGO?
Copy. If that's been in the sun, try shading it for about 10 seconds and trying it again, and we'll get other steps. And Jaws, can you give us any words? Has it moved at all, or is it kind of stuck in its original position?
Yes. It has moved. I just can't get it over center.
Copy.
As O'Hara stows the grease guns she's been using, Mogbelli continues to work on the CP8 Ethernet cable task.
Okay, Jaws.
Okay, Ann, I got it.
Excellent.
It's aft over center.
Love it. All we had to do was open the crib sheet and it came off.
Okay, no FAD. Prevent pins. The DMI band.
And Laurel, as you stow that stuff back in the bags, your next step is going to be to access the bag labeled spare, and we'll be retrieving the mount package of the spare.
I have the mount package retrieved.
And copy. So you got the mount package, Laurel?
I do.
Okay. You can verify that the mount clamping leg is open, and you're going to engage the mount on the inboard race ring, aligning that square mount box with the slot. And then you can close the mount clamping leg.
And in order to do this, I'm going to have to put my hand down into the race ring in order to close the lower leg.
Yeah, we understand that. It's like an operation. Just try to be very careful and not getting any more grease.
I think that will be difficult, but I will try.
Copy. Definitely best effort.
And this hook, you want remind me, the hook end facing the box?
Checking.
Like this?
Yeah, so Jazz, you're looking at the problematic spot for sure. So we think that that cable should be, rather than coming down the port side of that TVCIC and pulling on that hook, it should be kind of coming down, tended more toward the middle side so that there's no actual tension on that French hook strap, so that it just kind of free floats. And the cable is probably going to need to twist in order to be able to move it a little bit more starboard. And Laurel, as you get that mount clamping leg closed, a reminder that your first step is going to be to turn by hand bolt number 3 while holding that leg closed. And you want exactly 2 turns on that, and those turn counts are really important.
Copy. Do I need the leg clamp? Like it snaps closed. Do I need to hold it closed while I'm? Oh, because the bolt will reopen it. Right. Answered my question.
Yeah, that was a good catch, Laurel. As long as you're not pushing on the bolt, obviously, that opens it back up. And you may need to keep your hand back.
My beer. And my understanding is how it is now is how you want it, correct? You can see in the hookup.
Can you move a little bit port with the hecka? We can't see the French hook. That is a great view, and we are talking it now. All right, Jaws, we think that right where your right hand is, if you push that cable out, like outboard of the stanchion, if you look at the little hook that is in line with the cable, right now the big part, the end of it is kind of pointing out the stanchion. We actually need it to go the other way. So if you push the cable out, and it'll invert that hook. And then when we reinstall the connector, we want to make sure we don't pull back down on that. Does that make sense?
Like it is now?
Go a little bit to your right. We're talking about it.
And for EV2, just a quick note, I think I have the bolt hand started.
Okay, and we want exactly 2 turns on that if you can.
Okay.
And once you're good with it, 2 turns, Laurel, you're going to be transferring the RET from that mounting bracket to the not the low profile tris cap, but the to the cap that you have installed.
Copy.
We've just reached 3 hours into today's spacewalk. So far, the trundle bearing assembly has been removed, and Laurel has completed the greasing of the solar array rotary joint, where she is preparing to install a new trundle bearing assembly.
Okay, 2 turns. I will remove the RET and over to the cap.
Yep, RET over to the cap, and then after that, you're going to be retrieving the bearing package. For JAWS, that's a good orientation, and we don't want to change that. So what we want to have you do is gently put a wire tie around the racetrack and around the cable, so that when we install it, we don't pull it into the wrong orientation.
Okay, copy.
Since the start of today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Jasmine McBelly has removed the H fixture in preparation for a future IROSA install, a rollout solar array. She also assisted with the trundle bearing assembly removal and is now securing a wire or a Ethernet cable to the space station.
And the RET on the cap, the bearing package did the mount. And again, minding that race ring that you just beautifully greased. And JAWS, for you, once we get done with this task, we're going to have you move back down to assist Laurel with the install.
Okay, copy. Are you doing all right? How about you? Yeah, good. Okay, the bearing package is installed.
Copy, JAWS. And Laurel, we see you.
And are you sure the problem's not what's above it?
Yeah, standby 1, JAWS. For Laurel, your go-to, now you've got that bearing package on, you can access your PGT, and we're going to be driving bolt number 2.
Copy.
And JAWS, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying the problem might be above it, but I'll try to get it to stay.
As you can see, Laurel O'Hara is using the pistol grip tool. She will drive 3 bolts to securely fasten the new trundle bearing assembly to the solar array rotary joint. Again, these pieces are what help the solar arrays turn as they track the sun and store power for the International Space Station.
As it gets pulled forward or outboard. from the cable on top.
Yeah, copy. We see that. Do you have any other suggestions if the intent is to get that flipped 180 and not pulling hard on that tether point? Is there anything else you could see that could help?
Can I undo and redo this front check? Or is that really, yeah.
All right, Jaws, yes, you are go to unhook and rehook that. For Laurel, your settings are alpha 1, clockwise 2, and reminder that the straw bolt 2 will engage the bearing arm onto the race ring. So alpha 1, clockwise 2. And it'll be bolt number 2, the draw bolt, is going to be 12 to 14 turns to torque, and if needed, you can push from behind.
Okay, copy. I've got alpha 1, clockwise 2, having 12 to 14 turns.
That's right, and just to,
and say again.
Yeah, 12 to 14 turns on draw bolt 2 and
bolt number
2.
Okay.
And you can push from behind if you need to. And just a reminder that slight side loads can torque out an alpha 1 setting, so just be real careful.
Okay, copy. I keep my TV.
Copy.
Okay, and as I wire this down, you need me to give some slack?
Checking. Yes, there does need to be some slack in the cable to allow for the panning and tilting.
Copy.
And big picture for both of you, we're about 3 hours in. We are happy with the progress, especially on that ever so important TBA. Just for your awareness, we've replanned the timeline to where we are going to go after the TBA bolts, but we are not going to do the procedure to bring it back in the airlock. Sorry for the wedge clamps, I meant. So for big picture, for the replanned time, we are right on time. We're about 3 hours in, limited battery.
As the crew members continue their tasks, the timeliners have reworked today's timeline. The RFG, the radio frequency group, will not be removed from its stanchion as was previously planned. However, it will be prepped for removal on a future spacewalk with some clamps being removed.
And Laurel, it might help if you put your end effector down on one of the adjacent handrails that you can kind of push against.
I just call. Okay, and let me know when you've got a good view.
And Jazz, if you go to your right just a little bit, then we can see the hook.
What's that?
We're talking about it, Jazz.
Yeah, so you can see it.
All right, Jazz, we are happy with the configuration for CP8, so you can go ahead and translate down and reconnect the connector.
Okay, copy.
Nice effort. We know that's a tough task with a lot of gray area.
In this helmet camera view, Laurel O'Hara continues driving the 3 bolts that will secure the new trundle bearing assembly to this solar array rotary joint. Meanwhile, Jasmine Mogbelli is completing her Ethernet cable tieback. She will remate a cable that was demated previously before moving on to her next task.
Hey, Laura, we think another thing that may help is if you want to hand start that bolt. If you want to hand start that bolt rather than trying to use the PGT, that might stabilize the whole package.
Okay.
And you may have to use one hand to push on the back and then one hand to hand start.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, and mated over center, no 5, no bend pins, good EMI band, and I'm just taking a look at this config. Let me back out a little, maybe you'll get a better view.
Okay, we copy, and we got the inspection and the mated over center. Appreciate it.
Okay, let me know when you've got a good view.
And Jaws, we are happy with that configuration. We're going to do some checkouts here. You can go down to assist Laurel as needed on the install.
Okay, copy. And where did my bag go? Didn't I sell my bag on 3683?
And that's the one that was called out, but I think you may have stowed it a little bit more outboard toward Laurel's work site.
And I've got on bolt 2. at 11 turns. Got a good green light. Works 0.4.
Copy, Bolt 2, 11 turns, checking. And Jaws, I think you're kind of one block zenith from where your bag is. If you go back toward face 1 to 3681 and 3802, you should find your crew lock bag.
First thing, go back nadir.
Yep, got back toward face 1. Back toward where your rich man's fair lead is.
That's mine. Okay, stand by.
And Laura, we're still talking about Bolt 2, standby 1.
Okay.
And Laura, did you know how much hand start did you get before those 11 turns on the PGT?
I didn't hand start it at all.
Okay, copy.
And for what it's worth, the PGT is 12.3. That we don't use outside.
And for Laurel, we're going to hit it with one more turn. It's a little bit lower than expected. So on that Alpha 1 clockwise 2, go ahead and do bolt number 2 to torque.
Copy. And I'm back at 3681.
Okay, copy. You're at 3681.
I do not see my bag.
Okay, we copy. And if you move out a little bit toward Laurel, so go out back toward 3866, just above where the large ORU bag is.
For ED2, it is torquing out. I'm not getting an additional turn on it.
Okay, copy.
I'm just for 1 clockwise 2.
Okay, that's a good bolt 2, Laurel. So we're going to move on to a handover.
As noted, we are in a handover of the satellites and that allow us to communicate with video and audio to the space station. We'll regain that shortly. In the meantime, McBelly is going to retrieve a crew lock bag before heading back to the airlock, stowing that. O'Hara continues installation of the Trundle bearing assembly, where she previously removed the degraded one earlier today. It's been about 3 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy.
Do not see my bag.
And Jaws, when you stowed it, was it close to the large ORU bag? We're wondering if maybe Laurel put it inside of the large ORU bag or if it got stowed or tied up in there.
And I thought I stowed it on 3683 by the camera.
Okay, understand. And for Laurel, you're looking for Alpha 2 clockwise 2, and you're going to be driving Bolt 1 to torque. And note that if it doesn't bite on the first kind of couple of turns, you may need to use a hand behind the bolt. This has had some issues grabbing the first threads. So just try to see if the bolt is kind of free spitting or if it really bites on it. So again, Bolt 1 to torque, Alpha 2 clockwise 2. You're expecting around 6 turns.
We've got Alpha 2 clockwise 2 sets, expecting 6 turns on Bolt 1.
Good read back, Laurel.
Hey, Jess. Hey. Hey, well, what can I help with? I'm just about to drive bolt 1, and I think I'm going to be in a good position. Okay, so I'll just stay out your way then. The lady felt this that might be. Yeah, give me 1 second to throw my mini orientation on the sector. I can just. Okay, I can take it. Okay. Think I'm good. Okay. Hey, I'm on bolt 1, driving 6. Copy.
And we copy.
Hey, I got about 5.5 turns, green light, torque 3.6.
Okay, we copy. That is a good bolt. So the next thing we're going to do is drive bolt 3 to torque, 2 to 4 turns, and that's also alpha 1 clockwise to bolt 3.
Hey, alpha 1, clockwise 2, bolt 3.
Good read back.
Jess, could you help me count turns on this one? Yeah. I'm in a good position. Okay. Do I look straight on the bolt? You do not. Okay. Starting turn. Okay, copy. 1. Okay, that torqued out, I think. Green light. Torque 2.1. That was 1 turn.
Copy 1 turn, and we copy the torque. Stand by 1.
Between 1 and 2 turns.
Copy. We're checking. Stand by 1.
Visors up.
We're still chatting about it.
Okay.
All right, we're going to have you just check your body position, side loading, etc., and verify alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to just reattempt and let us know if you get any turns.
Okay, alpha 1 clockwise 2 is checked. And then, Jaws, you just want to back me up on if I'm straight on this bolt. Okay, copy. From my perspective, it is. I can't. Yep. Now you are. Okay, and it looks like my perspective. That looks good. And yeah, I'm not getting any additional turns, and I'm seeing torque 2.3.
Okay, we copy. Checking. Okay, Laurel, we're going to release it for a turn and then reattempt. So go ahead and set Bravo 1, counter 2, Bravo 1, counter 2, and you're going to release one turn on bolt 3.
Copy. Bravo 1, counter 2, release one turn.
Good read back.
And say again the bolt.
And we're on bolt number 3.
And which bolt?
Bolt number 3.
Okay, copy. That's what I got. Just let it do. Bolt number 3. You look good from, there you go. One. It is one turn release.
Copy, and we're going to set Alpha 1 clockwise 2 again, Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to drive that to torque. And we're hoping for 2 turns.
Alpha 1. Okay, copy. Okay, looks good. Okay. 1. I'm just doing one turn. Yeah. Yeah, you're straight on. Right, 4.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we're going to increase the torque just a little bit. So we're going to set Alpha 2 clockwise 2, Alpha 2 clockwise 2. And go ahead and drive that and hoping for one turn.
Copy. Do you want me to, I just need to adjust my TV real quick. Okay. Wait, just have 2 eyes on it. Okay, my TCV is set to 3.
Copy, Jaws, TCV set to 3.
Okay, I've got eyes on. Okay. And Jaws, are you close enough? See those 2 the front sharks with the rets on them? Where are they? Right next to the bubble socket. Are you close enough to or even if you pull the TVA bag back a little bit, they should go with it. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Sure. They're a little canted. How's that? Looks good. How's that look? Looks good. Hey, driving. Copy.
3.5 hours into today's spacewalk.
Okay, ready? Yeah. Move like maybe an eighth of a turn.
Okay, we copy. Checking.
Yeah, green light 3.1 on the torque.
Copy, green and 3.1. Checking.
O'Hara continues installation of the new trundle bearing assembly, now being assisted by Jasmine Mogbelli. This setup is similar to what we saw earlier, where Mogbelli is providing additional support to O'Hara as she drives these bolts using the pistol grip tool. The spacewalkers were informed earlier.
I think you're on top of the TBA bed right now. Okay. A little bit. Yeah. Just okay. Just don't slide any stuff over here. Okay.
All right, we're going to reset the torque, we're going to release this a turn and then set it back at the lower torque. So if you could set your PGT to Bravo 1 counter 2, Bravo 1 counter 2, and you're going to release bolt 3 1 turn.
See, Bravo 1 counter 2, 1 turn, 3. Looks good. One turn.
Copy, and you can go ahead and set the PGT to Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to drive it back into torque.
Have Alpha 1 clockwise 2. Looks good. Is it? Yeah.
Due to some of the unexpected issues removing the trundle bearing assembly earlier, the crew will not be able to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, as previously planned.
Copy, 1 turn and 2.4, we're talking about it.
However, they will remove some clamps on the RFG itself. This will set it up for removal on a future spacewalk.
All right, nicely done, ladies. We're going to call that a good bolt, and we're going to continue. So you can stow the PGT. I want you to verify that you have no grease on your gloves and on the cable and the cap, and we're going to be doing NVGL ops.
Salve, galera, seguimos acompanhando aí a caminhada espacial das astronautas norte-americanas que estão aí trabalhando aí.
Yeah, we do see that. The important part for the NVGL ops is we don't want to get any grease, obviously, on the connections. So this time you can transfer the RET from the bearing package onto the cap. And that's the cap on the one you got in your hand, the one on the cable.
Another satellite handover, but trundle bearing assembly or TBA install continues. O'Hara has completed driving the 3 bolts necessary to attach the TBA.
Okay, so you go to demate that Sarge NZGL twist cap from the inboard receptacle and stow it in the TVA bag spare. So we're going to get both those caps off and get a good inspection while we do so.
A good view from the helmet camera of Laura O'Hara as she
Hold your back or anything. Oh, okay. Good right now.
Laurel now removing a twist cap, an NZGL, which stands for NASA Zero Gravity Lever.
The camera views of the bag being at the Sarge work site. So if you want to look around, we saw it earlier, kind of around that work site to see if you can get your eyes on Kulak Bag P.
Okay, copy. Good news. Okay, so you want me to go do that now?
Yep, I think Laurel's got the connections, and so we'll give a good effort to find that Kulak Bag.
Copy. And I have the twist cap off.
Now that the work with the pistol grip tool is complete, O'Hara is removing these caps.
And it's back in the spare bag.
Okay.
Yeah, bag.
And sorry, are both caps back in?
Nope, working on the second one.
Copy.
She will then mate one NASA Zero Gravity Lever to the solar array rotary joint.
Yeah, headed back in for it.
After this work is complete, she will reinstall the Sarge cover removed at the beginning of this spacewalk.
Our connections are working there.
Those caps are back in the bag.
Okay, copy. At this time, we'll take a good inspection on the receptacle and the NZGL, and then we're going to mate the TVA NZGL to the Sarge receptacle on the inboard side.
Yeah, we have this turn. The DMI band, no thought. The receptacle is still good. Going.
Copy. You are go to mate.
Copy. My tether is going between my feet again, so just going outboard a bit to try to clear that.
and Jaws, is you're retracing your steps. If you go up a little bit more towards CP8, we have kind of video of it earlier getting tacked down to a handrail that's up closer to CP8. So I'd retrace your steps back up that way.
Okay, copy. Yeah, I think I've still got the tether, 50 tether wrapped around my legs.
Okay, copy. Yeah, let's clear that first.
Or behind my back, rather. Okay, the NZL is made its full forward over center.
Copy. At this time, we can perform a HECA survey of the TBA work site. And then we're going to be cleaning up our tools from there. Our next step, obviously, is going to be to install that cover. It's a great view. And just make sure we don't have any extra tools or tethers down in that work site. And we're going to stow things back in the ORU bag. And you could report the inventory as you don't stow anything inside of the degraded bag. Something would open for it. And Laurel, if you want to transfer your camera to you right now is a good time to do so.
Copy. I will do that. Okay, and so I'm back at my rich man and transloading towards CP8.
Copy.
And I'm at CP8.
And if you come a little bit ISS inboard and just kind of follow that handrail path, maybe along there.
ISS inboard. Okay, I'm looking inboard. I don't see my bag.
Copy. And we are also checking.
Mobelia is working to locate her crew lock bag, which she will then take back to the airlock before picking up a new bag in the airlock and heading out to the next work site.
Okay, I thought it was this handrail right here.
Yeah, we do, and we're just looking at the video.
Copy.
Hey, Johns, from where you are, just on the other side of CP8, there's a couple of handrails on the aft side of station that you can kind of reach if you just reach past CP8 right there, and just double check on those. It's just on the other side.
Copy.
Yeah, you see one right there, and then there's one inboard as well. Just want to check both those.
Negative. Not on this one or the one inboard of this one.
Okay, copy, Jaws. We can have you move back down toward your spare lead, and we'll have next steps for you in a minute.
Copy. Alright, so for EV2, I am reassembling my TDA bag, and I did not get into the tea bag,
Okay.
so that's still intact. My camera is now on my mini workstation, along with the rest that it was on in the mobility bag. The trash bag, large trash bag, is back in the TA bag. I have a wipe on a ret. I have one loose ret on the contingency ret. I have my little TA bag.
Okay, we copy Laurel. And the standby one for Jaws. I'm going to have you pick up your adjustable fair lead, and we're going to have you move in and start getting ready for the SSRMS setup.
Okay, copy. And I'm going all the way back to the airlock, correct?
And that is correct, yes. We're going to go back and retrieve crew lock bag R. So big picture, you're going to be heading back in, picking up your green hook, and then coming down the front of the lab. We're going to do the adjustable fair lead there, and then go back to the airlock to get crew lock bag R.
Peace.
And Laurel, as you're cleaning up, reminder that we'll want to know how many used dry wipes are in your large trash bag, if any.
Minutes into the EVA.
Inside out and then rebundled it.
Okay.
Is that okay, or do you want it in the large trash bag?
Nope, that's a good config. Buttoned up, just let me know when you're in position to do the Sarge cover, and I'll get steps for you there. And for Jaws, as you head back towards your green hook, reminder you're going to head back inboard on the zenith side of face 1, come down at bay 16, and inboard to the FHRC, and we'll pick up our green hook.
Copy.
Mogbelli is heading back to the airlock to retrieve the next crew lock bag that she'll use at the next work site. Meanwhile, Laurel O'Hara is continuing work at the solar array rotary joint.
Okay, we copy. So the next thing we'll do is
retrieving the cover.
That's it. As you get the cover, just a reminder that these Fairchild fasteners are pretty touchy, so we want to minimize side loading. And what you're going to do is to position Sarge cover 2 into its original orientation with a 2-bolt side inboard. And then you're going to drive one turn by hand on each of the cover bolts, 4 of them, not the ones that are next to the tether point, but the other 4. And you have cuff page 6 has all the details for the Sarge cover install.
Okay.
O'Hara continues to work at the solar array rotary joint location. She's installing the thermal covers that she removed earlier to also expose the trundle bearing assembly, which has also been removed and replaced.
And hey, Laurel, before you get that cover on, kind of a fun question. There's a serial number on the mount package, and we were wondering if you could read that to us.
Okay. $9056.
Copy, we appreciate that. Back to plan A, we can install that cover, one turn by hand on each of the bolts, the 4 bolts that are not by the tether point.
Right, serial number. I'm kidding.
And as you get this on, we recommend you start with 3A, which is the farthest one away from the tether point.
Okay. Making my way and got my VRT again. Okay, I've got my green hooks back.
Okay, copy?
And it is locked.
Yes, good check. I was just about to say that. So you can go inboard to the lab struts. Those are mile marker about 7680, and you're going to go a nadir on the port side lab struts, and then cross over starboard that gap spanner, and you'll be looking for handrails 252.
Salve, galera, a gente está batendo aqui já 2 horas e quase 30 minutos de live, né? Elas estão aí em atividade desde as 9 horas de Brasília. São mais de 4 horas em trabalho externo na Estação Internacional Espacial. Atividade aí, elas estão um tempão aí envolvidas aí na região ali desse módulo de rádio. E agora a gente observa que elas estão ali trabalhando somente com a luz dos seus capacetes ali, uma vez que a estação está na fase da noite terrestre, né? Ela dá uma volta a cada cerca de 90 minutos ao redor da Terra. Metade desse tempo aí praticamente ela fica
On the right side of your screen, Laurel
escuro
O'Hare
e outra
works
metade
to
ali
re-secure the
ela está tornando
large
aí
solar array rotary
para
joint
a
cover that was
Saturna.
removed earlier to allow access for removal and
Já
replacement
almocei,
of the
já fiz o
Stradivarius
almoço, almocei e
system
lavei a
has been
louça.
successfully completed. Meanwhile, Jasmine McBelly is heading back to the airlock.
Correrio.
She'll retrieve a new crew lock
Filho já foi
bag,
pra
essentially a
escola,
tool
vamos lá,
bag.
né? Agora, enquanto eu vou acompanhando com vocês aqui, eu tenho que botar algumas coisas do meu trabalho em dia aqui. Ativando promoções, a Black Friday já começou, galera. Black Friday já começou.
The next big task for these Steve Bowen and Sultan Al Nagati had some trouble with this
Então, vocês
RFC
querem ajudar o
near the start
canal
of the
aí, pode dar um
spacewalk.
pix aí, né? Pedalando com a ciência. Ou vocês podem
The
comprar
crew
lá
members won't have time to fully
na nossa
remove the RFC
parceira aí,
today. However, they will remove a couple of
hangar219.com.br.
clamps that are attached
Aqui na
and put it in a good
descrição, aqui
configuration for
deixa eu
removal
tirar
on a
ali o
future spacewalk.
banner.
We're coming up on 4 hours since the start of the spacewalk
Nosso
this morning
parceiro
at
aí,
7:05 a.m. Central.
hangar219.com.br. Se você comprou qualquer coisa lá, você está ajudando o canal também.
I went for a bolt of opportunity.
Okay, bolt of opportunity, we'll take it.
Eu até vou pedir um novo cupom, mas o cupom ali Pedal na Lua tá funcionando, ganha 5% do site. Logística de entrega, meios de pagamento, tudo pelo Mercado Livre. Então, super seguro quanto à entrega, quanto aos meios de pagamento.
Really tricky to get my hand. Okay, 2 alphas hand started as well.
Copy, nicely done.
I will work on 3 alphas. 3 alpha and 3 bravo.
Ô, galera, caiu aqui, hein? Pera aí. Caiu aqui a transmissão. Já vou resolver aqui. Caiu a transmissão, galera. Boa tarde, Flora. Boa tarde, Daisy. Estamos voltando com a transmissão aqui. Tudo bem, Florinha? Voltamos.
We're talking about it, Laurel.
Voltamos. Voltamos a acompanhar as astronautas, a Jasmine e a Laurel, que estão aí trabalhando. Acho que é mais de 5 horas elas estão aí. É. Tem que ter um preparo físico, hein? Que mesmo tu estando sem gravidade, o esforço é gigantesco. Ah, que bom.
Okay, Laurel, we can switch to the PGT at this time. So you can
Por
pick
aqui.
your PGT. We're going to go Alpha 1, clockwise 2. And again, very touchy bolts. So if you could make sure that we're putting downward pressure on them, no side loads, and we really want to make sure that that bolt is in the receptacle prior to turns.
Copy.
Laurel O'Hara continues work reattaching the solar array rotary joint cover that she removed earlier to access the trundle
É,
bearing assembly.
aproveitou o dia das bruxas ontem, né? 31 de outubro.
That assembly has been successfully removed and replaced. Additionally, Mogbelli earlier
Enfeitadas
removed
logo
the
aí,
H
né?
fixture that will allow for a future International Space Station rollout solar array installation.
É legal as fantasias,
Mogbelli
né?
also completed
As
the
caracterizações
Ethernet
eles
cable
mostram a
untwisting
maquiagem e tal.
task.
I have eyes on the 110. We're on the outside of SP2.
Copy, great view. And you guys are just about to come down the west coast of the U.S.
Copy. And say again, settings, I've got Alpha 1.
Affirmative. Alpha 1, clockwise 2, and we're only going to go for the 4, not the ones by the tether point quite yet. So 3A, 3B, 2A, 2B. And you're going to drive 2 turns, exactly 2 turns. And to And Laurel, just to clarify, you're going to do exactly 2 turns on the ones that you were able to hand start, and you're going to go 3 turns exactly on the ones that you were not.
Okay, copy. Do you think it would be helpful to do those 2 turns on the 2 I was able to hand start first? Just to help align the other ones, or is it better to have some play these fasteners?
And yeah, going after the ones that you did not hand start may be advantageous. And Jaws, we see you back at the airlock.
Okay. And I'm good to open thermal cover?
You're good to open the thermal cover.
That'd be interesting, the airlock.
This view from Jasmine Lobelli's helmet camera as she has made it back into the airlock. She's going to be retrieving the crew lock bag you see there at the top left before moving out to the next work site. The next work site will be the RFG release. The crew members will not be removing the RFG entirely today. That stands for Radio Frequency Group, but will be preparing it for removal on a future spacewalk.
Retrieving crew lock bag R, and you're going to keep a large small ret on the crew lock bag.
Boa, Flora.
Copy.
Aproveitou a festa.
I'm not getting any engagement in these bolts.
Okay, copy.
I wonder if the socket is too deep so that it's not applying any downward force on the bolt. They're spring loaded.
Okay. Copy. And you may need to just push on the cover as well, because the cover is probably going to pull that bolt back a little bit. And you may need your end effector to react against.
Okay. Yeah.
And you may be able to use your end effector on that tether jig if you want to run next to it.
Okay.
Disregard that suggestion. But there is the handrail right there.
Okay. Okay. Copy. Yeah, it's where I want my end effector. Hopefully it's not interfere. Challenge with the PDC is it getting in close enough that I can push the cover down.
Yeah, copy. I don't know if going body up may help. to try to be able to pull against the SATA handrail while pushing the PGT.
Bates, não sei. Eu não vi, eu não tava lendo.
So I can push the PGT. Were you saying to push the cover down as
Não
well?
vi.
Yeah, if we need it, we're just wondering if the kind of the memory on the cover is preventing the bolt from getting close.
Parece
to
que, ô Flora, parece que soltaram umas abóboras aí no espaço aí. É abóbora aquilo lá, né, eu acho.
Do you think about trying the 2 Alpha, 2 Bravo?
Umas abóboras a
And you are
caráter
good
lá.
with that? Just a reminder, 2 turns.
Umas caveiras.
Copy.
Hand over.
As Heard called to the crew, we're in another satellite handover and we'll regain video and audio communications with the space station shortly.
Muito boa.
Laurel O'Hara
Muito boa,
continues
Daisy.
to
Essa foi muito boa.
reinstall the solar array rotary joint cover that was
Vou
removed
bater lá
earlier
na
today.
porta da SB12.
We're now 4 hours and 16 minutes into the spacewalk. Mogbelli has made her way back to the airlock to retrieve a crew lock bag for the next task.
Copy.
Two turns on 2 Bravo. And this is the final turn, right?
Yeah,
Not flush
that's
yet.
correct. Just the 2 turns.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
And so at this time, just for big picture, we need 3 turns on 3 bolts in order for it to be able to remove that tether. And so we can try to hand start or PGT start any of the other 4. Let's
Even 1 Alpha or Bravo.
Yes, if you can access those around the tether, then yes, you can try those.
Okay. And the thermal cover is closed. RFG bag is on my CRT, checking my safer handles now.
Copy.
Right side is down.
Copy, right side down. We'll also take a glove and a hat when you're done with the left side check.
Copy. Okay, left side is down.
Copy, and a glove and a hat, please.
Hat is dry. I try moving my BRT.
Copy,
And
Laurel.
going heads up like you suggested.
Then back to the ESP2 work site. Reminder that you've got the setup ESP2 setup steps, there are going to be some variation since we're not in the arm, but those should be obvious. So we're going to generally starboard around ESP2, and we're going to attack that.
Tá dando umas travadinhas aí na transmissão.
As you heard from Ground IV Ann McLean, speaking with O'Hara and McBelly.
Just after the RFG.
Yeah, copy.
The crew will not be using the Canadarm2 today to assist them in the RFG removal. That's radio frequency group. And again, due to the difficulties that were experienced today, the crew members won't remove the RFG entirely, but instead will prepare it for removal on a future spacewalk.
Te recupera bem então aí. Bora. Boa viagem. E boa prova, né? Como é que é a prova, Enem?
Copy.
Acompanho. Boa sorte aí que tu consiga aí se classificar e usar a tua nota. Né?
Okay, looking for 8007 on the port side.
And that's on the starboard side. It should be just after the RFG.
Sorry. Starboard is what I meant. Thank you.
You were going to the right place.
Yeah.
NBL in the way.
Ah, que legal, Flora. Que legal.
You think it'd be helpful to get these remainder bolts with both of you working on it?
I don't think so. I feel feeling. It's just, I mean, one person could hold the panel down, I guess, but not sure leverage they could on it while someone's also in there with the PD register.
Tá dando uma travada na transmissão.
Let us know how that one works, just for your awareness. We've got your heck off again.
Okay, copy.
All right, for Jaws, if you want to retrieve the large small ret from that crew lock bag, and you can connect the small hook to the inner stanchion of the starboardmost spare joint fram handrail, just one of those handrails that's in between the RFG and just aft of it.
The small hook goes to that handrail, the large to 8007, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The large or the small hook on the stanchion, and then the large hook can stay on 8007. That's what we're going to use once we pull the MLI back.
That copy, and my TCV is set to 4.
Copy EV1, TCV 4.
Okay, I got 1 Alpha driven 2 turns to PTC.
Copy 1 Alpha has 2 turns.
I'm going to go for 1 Bravo. And I have 1 Bravo driven with 2 turns.
Okay, copy. Nice work.
Thanks. Nice job, Laurel.
Yeah, very nice job, Laurel. Do you think that
to get in the right position?
we'd like to give the old college try on the 3s again, if you think you can get in a good potty position for those?
Okay. Copy.
So you get done with that tether, and we're talking. Your next step after that is going to be to release the quarter turn fasteners. There's a total of 10 on them around the RFG.
Copy. Okay, the RG bag is bestowed on 8007.
Copy.
And it's just a temp stuff, so I don't need to really tack it down, or?
Yeah, but it's a temp stow location because we actually move it to another location if we were going to do the RFG remove. We'll probably, we may leave it there for now, so however you think it's secure.
Okay, copy. Okay, and it looks like I was able to start 3 Bravo.
We are going to start engraving the trophy down here.
The Alpha seems to just... I don't know about that. Wow. And then we also have the one that I loosened on cover 3.
Yes, we are tracking that one. How many turns did you get on the hand start?
That one? I haven't done anything with the cover 3 1 Alpha.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, sorry, 1 Bravo. And then the other, for 3 Bravo, I put 2 turns with the PGT.
Okay, 3 Bravo, you got 2 turns with the PGT. So we got 2 turns on the 1s and the 3 Bravo. 3 Alpha, we have no turns on, and we have a total of 3 turns on the 2s.
Correct. And and I'm not sure why, but I thought there should be another adjustable on the outside of this deck, but there's just one integral, so it's stowed by that.
Okay, yeah, that's a good config for the temp stow.
Okay, copy. Okay, and this small hook is coming over to the at a joint next to the RFG.
Okay, copy. For Laurel, if you could try 2 turns with the PGT on 3 alpha.
Okay, I tried this, but I can.
And say again last, Laurel?
One failed very. I did try 2 turns on 3 alpha, but I can try again if you like.
No, we don't need to retry it. So we'll go on to the final torquing.
Okay.
So we're going to access the ones first, so the ones closest to the tether point. And you are.
I'll get the tether. That's okay.
Sure, as long as it's not in your way. So we got alpha 1 clockwise 2,
Not my way.
and we're going to drive to torque on the ones.
Okay, copy. I've got alpha 1, clockwise 2 set, and I'm driving to torque.
Good read back.
Just over 4 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, Laurel O'Hara reinstalling the solar array rotary joint cover.
Okay, I put 5 turns on alpha 1. Green light, torque 2.4.
Copy 2.4.
This view from holocamera
Socorro Lima,
of
tudo
Jasmine
bem?
McBelly, who is at the RFG, the radio frequency group, and working to remove some fasteners.
Das
Again, we
astronautas
won't be
hoje.
removing the entire RFG today as was planned. However, they will put it into a good configuration for future removal.
Green light, torque 2.4.
We copy all. Those are good bolts for 1A and B. So again, same PGT setting, alpha 1 clockwise 2, and you're going to drive to torque 3 alpha 3 bravo, 2 alpha 2 bravo.
Okay, we didn't start 3 alpha, so I'm going to do same. Could you repeat that?
Yep, and Laurel, sorry, I was just double checking that. So your alpha 1 clockwise 2, you do not need to worry about bolt 3 alpha, the one that we couldn't get hand started, but we will hit the cover 3 bolt with that same alpha 1 clockwise 2.
Okay, copy.
That was nice work on the core.
Okay. That was, I came off, I think it was 4 turns, but it may have been 3 turns, but I got 2.3 torque and a green light.
Okay, copy. And what bolt was that?
That was 3 bravo.
3 bravo, copy.
And are we still moving the adjustable from the MLI to the clamshell? Or are we forgoing maps?
Checking. And yeah, Jazz, we are going to move that adjustable so that we can get the MLI open. So you'll be looped on the clamshell handhold strap and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Just want to make sure I release the right thing. Okay, it looks like this one.
Yeah, so the expected config is that it's looped around the clamshell handholds and attached to itself, and then the hook is on the MLI tent. So we're looking at that hook that's on the MLI tent. We'll remove and put it on the other clamshell one where the wire tie is.
And real quick, am I go to drive 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo? A and 2B?
Yes, you are, and we're also going to do the Alpha 1 clockwise 2 on the cover 3 bolt. So yes, you are go for 2A and 2B.
Copy. Right? About 3.5 turns. Light 2.4 torque.
We copy?
As we wait to regain communications from video on the International Space Station, this is the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas.
And Laurel, did you say that was at 2.3 torque?
Confirm.
Okay, good bolts. Nice work. So if we can go for the bolt on cover 3.
Okay, copy. Bolt on cover 3. And is that the torque, or do you want me to put the initial 2 turns on it?
Checking? And you can go ahead and drive at the torque, Laurel.
That was 7 turns, 0.3 torque.
Copy. Thank you. That leads us in a great config out there. Really great work on that cover, Laurel. You got some happy people down here. So this time we can stow your PGT. I think you did move the base of the RET, so we'll transfer that RET back onto your swing arm. And you'll be picking up the ORU bag and then just doing a nice good scan to make sure we didn't leave any tools or tethers out there. And we would also love a glove and hat check from you, Laurel.
Okay. I'll stow my PGT and then take that. EV2 nominal gloves and it's by half.
Copy. Thank you for keeping me out of trouble, Laurel.
Okay, and just so you're aware, so the adjustable equipment tether it's disconnected from the MOI, but I think I need to attach it when I go around the other side.
Okay, we understand. And Judge, if it's easier, you can rotate that clamshell. And if you remember, one of the things that we were going to do is kind of fit check for the snugness on that. And so if you do end up rotating it, we'd love your words on that for awareness for next time.
Okay, copy. There's 6 quarter turn fast. So far. And now 8.
Copy. 8 quarter turn fasteners.
Right. I have that back on my mini workstation. It started. And I think next I'm ready to pick up my barrel for my safety tether.
We concur.
And then pick up the trundle bearing bag.
Yep, that's correct. We're going to get the large ORU bag on your BRT, and then you've got we're counting the 1 fair lead, and then before you get back to your green hook.
Copy. Okay, and all 10 quarter turn fasteners have been released.
Copy that you have all of the quarter turn fasteners released, and were you able to reattach that adjustable?
No, I'm going to get it when I go back around.
Okay, I got you. So our next steps are going to be to remove that MLI tent from the SASA, and so you'll, from whatever angle you can, it kind of opens like a book to the aft side.
Copy.
This view from Mogbeli's helmet camera as she works to remove the MLI or multi-layer insulation cover from the RFG. You also heard McLean reference the SASA, that's the S-band antenna subassembly.
And Jazz, as you're accessing the RFG, this will be our first look at that Z93 paint. If you have any words on the condition of it, or if you see any flaking, just let us know.
Okay, copy. I'll take a good look. So far, it looks pretty good.
Copy.
Now at 4 hours and 45 minutes into the spacewalk, O'Hara has completed the trundle bearing assembly removal lubrication and replacement, and has reinstalled the solar array rotary joint thermal cover. She'll now move to help Mogbelli on this radio frequency group work. Again, 2 crew members, Steve Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayati, worked to remove this earlier this year, but ran into some unexpected issues. The crew today will not be able to remove it either, but are putting it in a good configuration for removal on a future spacewalk.
Some words for both of you while you're working those steps. JAWS CP8, we just got a good checkout on it. The pan and tilt is working. We're not seeing any of the problematic areas that we did before. So nice work on the cable.
Awesome, good news, nice job.
Laurel, for you, big picture, the steps that JAWS is working through are mostly one-person tasks, and so for your next steps, we're going to have you take that large ORU bag all the way back to the airlock and then stow it inside the airlock and get the bolt puller on the way. And also on the way, we're going to have you do the SETA brake handle get ahead.
Okay, copy.
As was shared with the crew members, the tasks that Jasmine Mogbelli is working on right now don't require a second set of hands. Therefore, Laurel O'Hara is going to move to working on a get-ahead task.
Long wire tie is still fully installed on the clamshell.
It is.
Good news.
Is that a good view?
That's a great view.
As McBelly works to prepare the RFG for removal on a future spacewalk, O'Hara is moving to the starboard portion of the International Space Station to work on the CETA, or Crew Equipment and Translation Aid cart. She's going to be reconfiguring a brake handle at that location.
All right, I have the TDA bag on my ERT.
Okay, copy, Laurel. One good last look at the work site. Make sure everything's picked up, and you'll go to Translate Inboard and retrieve your green hook below the FHRC at mile marker 9180.
Copy. Work site looks good and clear. I'm picking up my waist tether. Translating inboard.
Copy.
We're in another satellite handover and will regain communications with the space station shortly.
At my green location.
Copy. And we just came out of a handover, but I think I copied Laurel saying you have your green hook.
I do.
Okay, you go to Translate Inboard to the CETA brake handle location. This is the starboard CETA cart on the Portinator brake handle.
And I said I just got my green hook location. I've got picking up my green.
Okay, copy, Laurel. Thanks.
I've got my green hook back on my red reel.
Okay, we understand you have green hook, and we do have video back. I see you at 3651.
The anode adjustable is now tight around the clamshell as well.
Okay, copy, John. So you can work that MLI back, and reminder, it kind of moves to the back, and then we're going to roll it, and then use the large hook and there are some soft tether points that are just inside the bolted side of the MLI and the RFG, and that large hook from 8007 goes over the MLI and can kind of tack it down.
Okay, copy.
Laurel, so you go inboard. Reminder, as you go past the port CETA cart, that we'd like you to depress the CETA brake handles a couple of times on the port CETA cart as you make your way to the starboard one.
Copy.
And sorry, just to clarify, that's the brake release pedals, not the handles.
Copy. Mile marker 816.
Copy. And 7890 Laurel is about where you'll start running into port CETA cart.
Okay, I'm at the port CETA cart.
Copy. You can just depress the brake release pedals twice and continue inboard to the starboard CETA cart.
Copy. That's two presses on the port CETA cart. All right, I'm at the starboard CETA cart.
Okay, copy. You're at the starboard CETA cart. So just to orient you to the work site, on the Nader port brake handle, you'll see is bent over at a 90-degree angle-ish.
Yep, I'm here and I see it.
All right. And I think it is about exactly 90. Yep. So we're going to straighten it, slide the collar over. You're going to straighten it, then slide the collar over the joint, and then you're going to rotate that collar to engage the pin in the jig groove.
Wait.
All right, and then we'll just point that brake toward the MT. That took just a little less time than the TBA.
Release. Okay, and that's pointed towards the MT. That do we have a heck of view or any camera view?
We can, and
Pointed,
that's we are.
It's still below the cedar rail, but pointed towards me.
Yep, and that's a great config, Laurel.
Go ahead. Okay, and that's MLI is tended back.
Okay, Jaws, and we hear that the MLI is tended back.
Yeah, from Vivo view.
Okay, and do you have a good view of the aft side of the RFG where those
Taking
wedge
me
clamps
to
are?
Stand by one.
Copy, and for Laurel, you're heading back to the airlock, picking up the bolt pullers that are on the toolbox on the way.
Okay. Copy. Okay, I'm looking at I can see 4 of them clearly. The center one is hard to see.
And we're expecting on the staff wedge clamp nuts.
Sorry to pull them all back for the nuts, correct?
And yes, there is an MLI that goes around the mounting plate.
EV1, I'm just on the port side of the seated cart now. I'm going to put my TBA bag into a better config. I start heading later.
Okay, we copy.
Now, over 5 hours into today's spacewalk, Jasmine McBelly, whose camera view you have on the left, and you can see there, is wearing the red stripes as EV1 today, continues work on the RFG, the radio frequency group. It was planned to be removed in this spacewalk. However, the spacewalkers will configure it for removal on a future EVA. Meanwhile, NASA's Laurel O'Hara has completed a get-ahead task on a crew equipment and translation aid cart.
All right. My waist feather. Getting back under the cart. Copy.
Additionally, today the crew has removed and replaced the trundle bearing assembly.
And I don't know if you've got a good height of view, but I would say it's probably the overestimate base of RTV.
Okay, we don't have a good view just because it's night. It's a little bit dark, but if you can do photos, if there's some flash on there, and any descriptive words we'll definitely take.
Copy. say about 1 centimeter depth of RTV on each one, and just fully white.
Okay, copy, John. We are going to have you try.
Can you guys tell me about? I can hold for a second.
Okay, I was just going to let Jaws know we are going to have you try to remove some of that RTV. So if you want to go to the crew lock bag R and pick up the EVA needle nose pliers.
Okay, I'll just get some photos first.
As McBelly is at the...
If it's doable, you can get both the needle nose pliers and the dyno cutters. Otherwise, we think maybe the needle nose pliers may be sufficient.
Copy.
McBelly is now at the RFG, the radio frequency group. Again, we were looking to remove this today. However, she is going to start that process by removing some RTV. This is a liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature.
A tether snarl as I'm coming down the seat. Big back. Snap.
Okay, copy, Laurel.
Here. Oh, and it looks like mine on that same MLI. I'm going to continue heading.
Copy, Laurel. And we did, we know when Jaws tacked down her safety tether on 252 on the top of the lab, there was a loop of safety tether on some MLI, one of the struts, and that might be what you're seeing.
There's an open TA plant that it was snagged on.
We copy.
And for those needle nose pliers, you just want them on me?
Yes, you can just throw them on your MWS.
And track. Okay, and I might go to start trying to remove this, or?
Yeah, so for the words, we think if you use the meaty part of the pliers instead of the end, then hopefully it'll come off into kind of a bigger chunk, and you want to have your trash bag ready to place any remnants in.
Okay, copy. Okay, and confirm this plan is still for me to sew this TBA bag. Idea look.
Yes, you'll be picking up the dyno cutters and, the bolt pullers that are on that toolbox, and we're going to stow both the large ORU bag and the bolt pullers back in the airlock.
Copy. And there's no reason I need to transfer this to me, right? I can leave it on the cigarette.
Yeah, Jazz, that's no problem. If they can reach and stay tethered to the bag, that's fine.
Okay, copy.
On the right side of your screen is Laurel O'Hara's camera view. She has moved back to the airlock. She'll be stowing a bag there and picking up some new tools. Jasmine McBelly is going to be starting the RTV removal. That's room temperature vulcanizing. It is the liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature. And removing this RTV should make it easier to remove the entire radio frequency group on a future spacewalk.
Hello, SVU. Okay, can you see my tether pack? Standby one. Yeah, it's up. I see it. Yeah, it's going behind your legs and right under your split. Okay, that's what I thought. I think if I go straight down to the airlock, though, I can clear that. Stand by. I actually don't have a good view right now. No, because it's not on the back of your foot. Done so. I mean, if you can get your legs under it, yeah. Right, so the bolt cutters are on and adjustable, and I am ready to do one of the D-rings on the adjustable, and so I'm just going to release one of the hooks.
Copy, we concur.
And I will just send it down to the airlift.
For both of your awareness, we're about 1 minute from a handout, and we're sitting just over 5 hours of PET. Hard to determine ahead and behind since we're kind of in different procedures, and we're talking about what we'll do for the remainder of the time, but the limiting consumable is still EV2 battery.
Copy.
If you can.
Five hours hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And we're back with you both after the handover. We don't have a video yet, but we're tracking Jaws working the RTV and Laurel getting back to the airlock to stow the tools. For big picture for you all, we have about 40 to 45 minutes to work with the RFG. So Laurel, when you stow those items in the airlock, we'll have you go and assist Jaws over at the RFG. And what we'd like to do is get as much data as we can. If we can get the RTV removed, that's a win. If we can get the RFG wrench and the ratchet wrench out and try to undo some of the bolts, that would also be a win. So any of the data we can gather about the RFG task would be great.
Copy. I'm back at the airlock and ready to open the thermal cover.
You are going to open the thermal cover.
O'Hara is back at the airlock. She will stow an orbital replacement unit bag inside before moving to the RFG, the radio frequency group, where McBelly is currently working.
And you said to use the thicker part?
Yeah, what we're thinking about when we tried this on the ground was if you use kind of the thicker part of the needle nose pliers instead of the end, that it's more likely to come off in one big chunk rather than a bunch of little pieces.
Okay, it's pretty hard to have my trash bag out, and I'm like pretty nervous about my PGT hitting the Logan here.
And Jaws, can you just give us a status? Have you been able to pull any of the RTV off?
No, I've tried on a couple, but nothing has come off.
Okay, we copy.
Literally, cargo bag is in the airlock, and I'm dropping the bolt up here as well, right?
Correct. The bolt pullers will stay in the airlock. But speaking of cutters for Jaws, we think that maybe you try the dyno cutters. We may have a little better luck on the RTV.
Yeah, and when I tried the dyno cutters during OSB the other day, it was really hard to get a grip at all on them and have any sort of accuracy.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get in a better body positioning here.
Copy. And if you have any
It's
recommendations,
hard to get in a position where I'm not hitting.
Yeah, that makes sense. And if you can't get to the perfect to spot words that you have that can help us develop this one for the next time, we'll definitely take whether there's a tool you wish you had or a body position that you wish you could get into.
I mean, I do think if were in the arm and more stable, it would potentially be possible. But right now, I think even if I drop a CRT, I'm afraid I'm going to hit this low gain antenna.
Okay, we copy.
So I'm kind of wedged between this, the width extender and the high gain. And then, I mean, if I still my trash bag, at least it's not sticking out. But then I have nowhere to put the RTV.
Copy. And Laurel's just getting out of the airlock, and I'll be over there in a minute if she could assist in either doing the cutters or holding a trash bag.
Okay, copy. And do you have a good view now on the Mecca?
We do. It's not quite the angle that gives us a good insight onto the RTV and the bolts.
Okay. But now?
Yeah, we're looking, Jaws. Okay, hey, Jaws, we're thinking that we'd like to see if we can fit check the RFG wrench. So that is in the Kulak bag, and especially on that middle one, that's a little bit of a challenge to access. We're wondering if you could get the RFG wrench out of the Kulak bag and give us a good fit check on that middle bolt.
Copy. Yeah, let me just try one more time with the RTV from this location. Yeah, I don't have my trustworthy out. Okay, EV2, I've got the pullers out in the airlock. Copy. And one of the UIA, half UIA rings. I need to figure out this tether snarl before I head that way, I think. Unless there's a clean way for me to clear it en route. Oh, Jazz, I might need. Do you need it? Some luck? I might. Okay. Bye. Okay, Laurel, I can see. I think if you rotate, you yaw to your left, okay, and just yaw all the way around. Copy. I was thinking it might be easy to do in here. Okay, I see your tether coming up. Now you should see it off your left. Crossing, I think it's crossing. See it now? Right by the, it's just coming off the airlock. Yep, good. You look good. Okay, thanks. That. Okay, Dan, so I'll grab the RP wrench. And I'm still not seeing it in a good, you're not? Hang on. Back. Got my green tether reel right in front of me. I see it off your left side, under your BRT, your tether pack. Is it trapped in my BRT or? Rotate towards your head. Like roll. If you could bring your left arm, yeah, it's under your BRT. So, rotate off by right. Okay. That'll clear it. And basically just keep doing that. So it comes. Okay, now you see it? On your left side? Clear. Yeah, but it should be on my right side. It's coming in front of your body and under your BRT, that's all. So, okay.
So Laurel, it may give you a little bit of space if you want to translate a little bit away from your anchors. Thermal cover closed. Okay. We're just going to be cleaning up from here. Laurel or Jaws is not too far behind you, and as you translate away, you might be able to clean that up a little bit. It may also, Jaws, if you want to translate over and help her clear that. But big picture, what we're going to be doing is just cleaning up the MLI on the RFG, and then we're going to be picking up the fairlead on top of the lab, and then ingressing.
Copy. Okay, copy. I see, yeah. Rob, yeah, if you unstill your BRT, Laurel, okay, and pull it, like kind of up and forward, okay? Sorry, I can't see now that you've rotated. No. If you come back to the... If you do that, I think you'll be able to see it. Oh, yeah, I see it. It was caught in my BRT. Okay, yeah, it's clear now. So, I think I need to undo my BRT. Thanks. I think I've got it from here, though. Okay, copy.
And
can you say one more time? Do you want me to try an RFG wrench before I pack this bag?
no, we're just going to pack up that bag, but we would like to ask you for a couple of photos of that aft part of the RFG before you put the MLI back on, and then we'll get everything back into the crew lock bag, and then we'll kind of undo everything we did with the MLI, checking those quarter turn fasteners back down, moving the AET, and then we'll be heading back in.
Okay, copy. Right, and ED2 is back in a good config.
Excellent, Laurel. Nicely done. So if you want to assist with the RFG cleanup and getting the MLI back over, you're welcome to translate out to the nadir side of ESP2.
Copy.
Yep, so just for next steps, Jaws will have you take a few of those pictures. We don't need an inventory of the bag. We just like a visual confirmation that all the tools are stowed back in the bag. And then Laura will have you and Jaws both do the MLI on the RFG, reset that to a good position, and then Laurel can take the crew lock bag back to the airlock, and Jaws can go pick up her adjustable on the top of the lab and head back to the airlock.
Copy. I've arrived at RFG. Copy. Now I'm just at your head. What's that? I said I'm just at your head. Oh, okay, I see you. So what would be helpful to do? Are you able to go through that gap? Yes, I think so. If you go that way and start working the MLI. Actually, are you able to get photos from where you are? I need to get farther away. I could take some photos here.
In this view, Jasmine Mobelli EV1 is up toward the top of the screen with the red stripe on her spacesuit.
Just a reminder to reinstall that mounting plate MLI before the larger MLI.
Copy.
Laurel O'Hara, who is EV2 today, is down toward the middle of the screen wearing no stripes on her suit. Both crew members are now at the RFG, the radio frequency group.
It keeps pulling me back that way.
And correction to my last, after the photos, you do not need to install that mounting plate to MLI, just the large tent.
Okay, copy. I got some far out photos. Copy.
The crew members will soon begin wrapping up for the day, now 5 hours and 37 minutes into the spacewalk.
I will head between the SSRMS elbow, chair seat. What you're thinking? Yeah. And I'll release this large small. And is the adjustable need to go back onto the MLI?
Yeah, affirmative, so that where you took it off of the MLI tent, we'll have that hook go back to the MLI and cinch it down.
Okay. Translation? I got it. My safety tether is going under it. Swing arm is way too loose, and so Jazz, I think this is a tight translation path. I'm going to come around. Okay, copy. The nominal way, like for the had me going for the procedure. Yeah, that sounds good. Now move this way. Wiggleable.
And Laurel, when you get a chance, forgot to ask you, when you egress the airlock to do a safer handle check, we can see your left one is down, but if you can do a right safer handle check for us, please.
Okay, copy. Down.
Copy, good check, thanks.
Hey. Do you want to work your way around the other side, and I can follow you on these? Yeah, that sounds good. I was just going to try to get one on so it's big, but... Okay. Let me grab my... Sugar. Okay, I'm around the turning pin.
Coming up on 5 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. Jasmine Mogbelli is reinstalling some multi-layer insulation covering over the RFG. That's the radio frequency group. The crew members are essentially wrapping up their tasks for today and will begin starting to move toward the airlock soon.
Okay, 2 of the 4 are done on this side. Okay, copy. Let me get these 3. I got 2 on this side. Copy. But like, do they turn all the way? So, yeah, they just turn, quarter turn. You've got to get it right in the middle. this it's tricky. Yeah. What these started, but not actually all the way to quarter. I'm underneath.
And Laurel, from your current position, you may have a target of opportunity in front of you to do the AET repositioning that's on the side of the clamshell. It's kind of off your left shoulder right now.
Copy.
Nice work on those quarter turn fasteners. That's an exciting task at the end of a long EVA, but you guys are doing great.
Okay, I've got one more. I've done 3 total. And my com cap or the headband is starting to slide over my eyes. Okay, are you still good? You can still see? I can still see.
Okay, you may be able to kind of push it up by putting your back on the back of the helmet.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, for Laurel, we'd like you to pick up the crew lock bag that's by your right hand, and you can start heading back toward the airlock.
Copy.
And if you have any issues seeing, or if it falls over your eyes a little bit more, we want you to put down a local wherever you are.
Copy. Laurel, sorry, Josh. No, it's okay. Just what's the status on that side? There are 2 done and 1 is still just in line. Which one? The one on your right side or your left? The one the farthest on my right. Okay, copy. All right, I'll see you back at the airlock, Laurel. Okay. Okay, on the 3, which side am I on right now? The 3 on this side are done, Ann.
Okay, we copy. So the AET moving up by your right hand, we see you getting the Velcro there.
Okay, yeah, the AET I'll do from the other side.
Okay. And can you confirm you got that large small ret that we used to tie back the MLI?
Just the large end is released. I did not get the small. I have not retrieved it yet.
Okay, so that small end is still on the frame handrail.
Yes, that's correct. Unless Laurel got it, which I don't believe she did.
Okay, we'll probably have you pick that up, Jaws, as Laurel's picking up that crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
Jasmine Mugbelly continues to secure the multi-layer insulation on the RFG. Laurel O'Hara is picking up a crew lock bag down at the bottom of your screen. Once she picks that bag up, she'll start heading into the airlock.
And Laurel, if you see that headband getting worse at all, then just let us know, and we'll go direct back to the airlock, and Josh can get the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. I've got the crew lock bag now.
And it is a short translation if you want to just leave it tended to you, your choice.
Okay, I will do that. Have my local picked up. Copy. The onion bearing.
And we are in an expected satellite handover. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean.
Dan?
And we are back with you after the handover.
Okay, copy. Resisting the adjustable equipment tether is back on the MLI loop.
Copy, nicely done. And so we just need to pick up that large small ret from the handrail, and then give a good work site survey, make sure we haven't left any tools or tethers out anywhere.
And there's still, I believe there's still 3 quarter turn fasteners, so two of the 4 on this side, which I'm working on right now. There's one. Almost.
Okay, we copy, good catch.
And then that one on the starboard side that Laurel had a hard time with. Met the airlock.
Copy.
Copy, Laurel.
And we just got video
I
back.
think my
So for Laurel, as you get to the airlock, you'll open up the hatch thermal cover and ingress and attach your waist tether to the airlock ring, and you can stow that crew lock in the lock.
Okay. Then the plan for me is to stay in there.
That is correct, and Giles will be joining you here in just a few minutes.
Okay, copied. Okay, and those 2 are done.
Okay, we copy, Giles. And Laurel, as you go in, you may want to tuck your PG a little bit to the right side of your body to get in through the hatch.
Copy. Let's see. Others here.
And it may be easier to do on the way in to get a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender, and we'll leave gate closed, hooks locked.
See? And, Laurel, that, small quarter turn fastener that you were not able to get, that's the one closest to where it touches, right? I remember that one being tough to get off. Yes. Is it partially engaged? It is not. Okay.
For Jaws,
right with other on the D-ring.
okay, and confirm hook lock.
Okay, close lock.
Copy.
Black on black.
We see that. You are go grass and pull that again for Jaws. If we can't get that last quarter turn fastener, I would make sure that there's no gaps in the MLI. Holds letting some sunlight in, and we are go to leave that one unfastened.
Okay, copy. And I'm just gonna stay put here and not move. Copy, Laurel.
Copy, Laurel.
The beautiful blue Pacific Ocean below Jasmine Mogbelli here as she works on the RFG, the radio frequency group.
I thought I could go through this way, but I think I'm gonna have to go back around.
Okay, and we do not need all of those fasteners, but you just need to grab that large small that should be right next to your right hand.
Yeah, I've got the large small. You want me to back around and check on the quarter turn fastener? Well, do you know, was the MLI pretty tight? Like, on the side I was working on? Yeah, were there any gaps by where that quarter turn fastener was? No, it was tight. That's what was making it difficult to turn the quarter turn fasteners, because you couldn't pull it tight enough. Yeah. You needed a little bit more slack in it to get the quarter turn fastener centered in the hole. Okay, let me know if you're good with that, or if you want me to go back around.
And we are good with that, Jaws. Thanks for the good check on that. So you can pick up the large small, and then we'll have you trace your path back to lab handrail 252.
Okay, and I've already got the large small.
Copy. You're go to translate back.
6 hours since the spacewalk started today at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. Jasmine Mogbelli is heading back to the airlock to reunite with Laurel O'Hara, already inside, as they prepare for final ingress and repressurization.
Okay, I'm translating up the scanner on the lab.
Copy. We see you. Your only other task after you pick up your adjustable is come up the lab struts. You'll come across face one, and when you're on the starboard CETA cart, we're going to have you depress those brake handles. The brake handle releases, and then before you head back to the airlock.
Okay, copy. Okay, I'm back at my adjustable. And I see that crew lock bag outside. Two? Well, it's the crew lock bag I picked up. I thought it followed me in here. Oh, but it's outside the airlock.
And Laurel, we can have
Okay,
Jazz
well,
push that in when she gets there.
Push that in too. Okay.
As McBelly heads back to the airlock, a recap of what was accomplished on today's spacewalk. McBelly started by removing the H fixture in preparation.
Just retrieving my adjustable equipment tether from the fairways.
McBelly started today by removing an H fixture, which will allow for future installation of an IROSA, or a rollout solar array. Meanwhile, O'Hara removed a trundle bearing assembly. The team encountered some difficulties, and McBelly was able to assist in that task. O'Hara then placed lubricant around the solar array rotary joint before installing a new trundle bearing assembly. These solar array rotary joints help turn the solar arrays to the sun to gather power for the space station. McBelly also reconfigured an Ethernet cable to bring it closer to the station structure, and ground teams confirmed they're not seeing any issues they'd previously been experiencing when moving a camera in that area. O'Hara completed a get-ahead of reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid cart brake handle. The crew then turned their focus to the radio frequency group. It was not fully removed as planned, but surveying that area has put it in a good configuration and helps the team better understand what can be done to remove it on a future spacewalk.
And Laurel, just for awareness, are you able to see all of the UIA switches, buttons, and lights?
Am.
Copy, good news, thanks.
Just a precarious position where either the headband or I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but where the com cap is just sitting kind of on top of my eyes.
Okay, copy. Yeah, so we'll preserve.
Above my eyes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we copy. So we'll just have you stay still as possible as long as you can see the UIA switches. That was our biggest question. And Giles will be back. She's just leaving the lab now, so she should be back your way in a minute.
Copy. Thank you. Trying to get this large, small rat out of my way.
Salve galera, Fabiano Catero por aqui novamente. Estamos acompanhando aí há 4 horas e 30 minutos. Elas estão aí na sua caminhada espacial. Desde as 9 horas da manhã, horário de Brasília. Então estão aí há mais de 7 horas. Salve mortal, seja bem-vindo, deixa o like. As duas astronautas norte-americanas estão aí fazendo a caminhada espacial.
Okay, I'm coming under the MT. Oh, I came up.
Copy.
Oh, it's the wrong step.
Got some great views of you.
Copy.
And as you come to the seat cart for the brake pedals, 2 pumps a day keeps the myrrh away. Thank you.
Okay, coming down. Later.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm gonna see this for. Yeah, on the toolboxes.
Copy. As you come down to the airlock, thermal cover's already open, so we'll make sure that crew lock bag gets tended up into the airlock, and we'll be seat to the
Copy.
And we don't need to do any disconnections or anything on the bag, just making sure that it's in and out of your way.
Okay, copy. Okay, I've got a local down, and lower the bag's going to. Okay, copy.
All right, for Jaws, we have a good safety or waist tether check for Laurel, and so you can RET2 EV2's anchor hook on the forward external D-ring and release it.
Copy.
And you're going to be hooking that anchor hook to your waist tether and ensuring that the gates close, sliders lock.
Copy. Okay, I can see my waist tether is closed, hook lock, black on black on my D-ring extender.
Copy.
E como a gente pode observar aí, depois de 7 horas, estão abrindo a câmera airlock para retornar aí para o interior da Estação Internacional Espacial. A câmera ali, elas entram ali, os astronautas entram. E aí ocorre o equilíbrio de pressão. Então, quando os astronautas estão neste momento ali, a câmera está com a pressão igual à pressão externa, ou seja, o vácuo do espaço, né? E depois que entrarem e fecharem a escotilha ali, eles equalizam a pressão gradativamente à pressão interna da estação espacial. E assim, após o equilíbrio de pressão estar
Copy, and we'll want
adequado,
those gates
eles
closed by the lock.
podem voltar para o interior da estação espacial.
Okay, gate closed, final lock on both.
Copy, you can release your RET from the hook, and then you can release your own anchor from the aft external D-ring and stow it and ingress.
Copy and mark. Okay, mine is released. For me to come in, I'm ready. I've got eyes on, there's one crew lock bag, it's a hatchway, which I'm sure you see, and then the TDA bag is kind of in the same place it was when we left. Okay, I'm coming in, feet first, right, and do my heavy. Looking good. Okay, I see your waist ring. Something's hitting, let me tuck in. Yes, tucked in. Okay, and I get the thermal cover.
Yep, good call. As you ingress, we'll close that thermal cover, and whenever you have a free hand, you can turn off your HECA.
Okay.
As Mobility prepares to close the thermal cover, if you look down to the bottom left of the screen,
The thermal cover, you'll release the hook from the stowage tether point and attach it to the magnetic plate D-ring and cinch until 6 lines visible.
Okay. And more, let's see. On my cones.
this thermal cover being closed right now is not the airlock hatch itself that opens inward. We had a view for a moment from Jasmine Mobility's helmet camera. Once this thermal
Olha,
cover is
depende,
secured,
depende.
Let me get my HECA.
Confirmação, né?
Copy, and we'll just make
The HECA is off.
copy, and we'll just make sure the magnet is engaged, and then release the hook and move it over to the magnetic plate D-ring.
Copy.
São poucos astronautas que têm essa oportunidade, né? E que, por sua vez, estão qualificados para tal, né?
And Laurel, yes, we will have you push your HECA off as well.
with the airlock thermal cover closed,
Putting it to the right thing, so
Elas estão ali lacando, então, a escotilha
this
da
one's
câmara
right.
airlock.
That's like ready to go.
the crew members have been informed they can turn off their helmet cameras.
The magnetic plate D-ring, and then cinch until 6 lines visible.
Caiu o sinal.
And we are in a satellite handover. We'll regain that comm shortly.
Passando de controle, comando da missão. Ó, tem até
Both crew
uma
members are
abóbora
now
lá das
inside the
bruxas lá.
airlock. The spacewalk is not officially complete until repressurization begins.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a clear a bit? Yeah. Here. And I'm going to push it a little further so I can get
Bom,
lower.
diante disso, galera, a gente vai
Okay, yeah, I've got it on there.
finalizar a nossa live aí com
So
quase
let me fix that.
Okay, copy.
agradeço a presença de todos. Eles têm o tempo agora de equilíbrio de pressão lá, e depois vão adentrar a Estação Espacial, onde normalmente a NASA
Both Laurel
mostra aí
and
os
Jasmine
astronautas
work their
norte-americanos
way through
ali,
procedures in the portion of the
a
Quest airlock.
retirada do traje,
ESA astronaut Robinson and JAXA
missão
astronaut Satoshi
concluída.
Furukawa will begin working in the equipment lock portion.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Fiquem ligados aí, galera, talvez amanhã
Plate doesn't really
a gente faça uma live aí
have
lá da Blue,
Okay, for
da
both of you, you can
Galactic
remove your
Fusion
SUs
Galactic,
from the stowage pouch,
que fará aí o
remove your DCM cover and hook her to the DCM and connect your SCUs.
orbital aí.
If this motion is going to cause the headband to kind of block your view, then just let us know, please.
Copy. Laurel, I'm going to need to get further port. Okay.
Valeu, galera, vou finalizando
Get
por
this
aqui.
on.
Obrigado pela presença.
And
Estamos
Josh,
aí
this
há
is where
quase
sometimes
5
hooking your end effector to
horas
that internal
acompanhando caminhada aqui
handrail
por mais
and
7
kind of
horas.
holding
Né?
yourself support is sometimes helpful.
Sempre legal acompanhar aí. Foi uma caminhada feminina no dia de hoje.
Thank you.
As duas astronautas aí fizeram aí um trabalho excelente aí na recuperação ali dos módulos de rádio. Depois eu vou acompanhar o relatório se vai dar tudo certo aí. Valeu, galera.
And for Laurel, if you wouldn't mind pushing your heck
Forte
about one more
abraço.
time for us.
E continua nublado, então não tem como fazer live de... Tô querendo fazer live de Júpiter, tá difícil, galera. Tá difícil, mas vamos lá. Tempo abrir, a gente tenta fazer as planetárias aí. 2023, muita chuva mesmo. Muito tempo nublado. Valeu, galera. Um forte abraço e até mais. Tchau.
Your feet are hitting the ceiling for the top of the airlock, crew lock.
Okay, copy.
And that station coming from inside the space station, Andy Mogensen now back in touch.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.